then we can always cut that out.
Yeah.
I would like to bring up there. John, thank you for sharing. Share. 8. Share. And then Julie McCluskie is also virtual. So pull McCluskie up. Okay. So once she's finished, thank her so you can start share again. And then we'll go to slide 9. And then we'll keep the share, but we'll need to pull
The video, which is in downloads.
yes, and it's video.
Did it say? I think it said 4:20 or something.
Yeah. Club 20 square.
Square. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. So then not that late this time. Still very late, but yes, of course. Thank you for the corn and dropping it off and everything. We really appreciate it. Okay. So then
We go to lunch, don't we?
yeah.
Yeah.
So then we will share. And then we can go to down here, slide 10. And then we'll just leave it there. We'll bring it into the lunchroom. We will now move into, well, you should be, actually, I'll write this out. Okay, so we'll thank the sponsors. We'll now move into and we are sharing still, so that's good. Thank you to our sponsors. We now have a networking break.
Is there anything on Zoom to like, do I stop the meeting?
No, you'll
while
just
we're
keep it
moving
going.
Okay.
You could, because what we'll need to do, I'm gonna go get the other video camera actually out of the car so that we can set that up and you can just plug in.
Right for the lunch.
Yeah.
But we can do that.
Yeah, there's the networking break in between. Now moving to the networking break, serve next door at noon. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We know do network vendors. Okay, that might be. I don't know that I need to say that. Just ignore that. All needs to move over. Okay, there we go. So then lunch will be served. And then I think if it's not, make sure share is on.
Okay.
And then we'll go to, oh, you know what? And I didn't make a lunch sponsor sign on the presentation, but that's probably fine.
The banner's hanging right there on the screen. You could just,
So then we'll do slide 12. And when we get it over there, we can put slide 11 up for the networking break sponsors. Join us State Demography Office, it's Gedeon
Maybe she's bringing.
to delivers. Yeah, she said I'll either send it to you later this evening, tomorrow morning, but I'll also, or tomorrow morning, but I'll also bring it on a jump drive just in case. And then you'll leave.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, yeah.
I hope I don't.
It
let
makes
you
it
down.
so much easier. Well, and I'm
Hi.
hoping to stick around over here too,
I know. I
near
appreciate it.
you.
Hello.
Good
Good
morning,
to see
John.
you.
I even remember.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you.
awesome.
I can
Thank
put that in
you.
the car now.
I actually did get it up with.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Because I'll be going over there early to set up.
Right on that.
Sounds good.
How's everybody?
Good.
Crab yesterday?
Yeah, there's a good turn.
Oh. Is it the rose kind of crowded?
Yeah.
Just put it right in the back.
It's really my fault.
I'm gonna check on the registration desk.
Okay. Well, John, how have you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in a decade. Yeah. Wow.
And normally,
I was gonna say, normally you're on the road all the time.
especially in summer, at least half the month.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad. Oh, great.
One of these.
That's slow, that's slow. Yeah, it does go pretty quick.
How you doing?
Good, busy, busy, busy.
Oh, yeah. Nothing's going well.
Yeah, not too bad so far. Haven't put it into the ground yet, so that's always good. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're hoping this event goes off easily and wonderful and all the good things. So we'll just have to see.
It's gonna be busy, so.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it will be.
Fiber team.
Come on. Come on. Good, busy. Busy, busy, busy. Yeah. Yeah, there's some big tournament or something up here.
It's 200 minutes.
Busy. it?
Especially, I mean, especially if I have those volunteers, I don't,
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Okay. See what I
Take
can
it
do.
down. Brought out there, he's not. A little bit broken down.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, will you need the cart at all?
Let me think this through. Okay, do you, here, well, go ahead. I would say I can follow the, so.
Yeah. I Yes, please. She's
Just like when the. Oh, actually.
Good morning, how are you?
It's like we just experience so
Oh, yeah, that suit is. Yeah. You're right. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, it always. So, great, Terry Harper. Yeah, I never. And I wanted to. Never had any. Yeah. I know.
About fire trucks.
You know, we tried different songs.
Oh.
Oh. Oh,
And, I love, I started with you. Around it.
Smarter. Chef, very ready. Yeah. Like right now. Yeah. So. Yeah.
That was back. I started.
So I quite honestly, admittedly, I'm really happy. I'll take it. Well.
Well, you don't have to.
Yeah. I'm not sure about your. Yeah. You know.
You know. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was just. I woke up. So I got food guy on it. Yeah.
So. Good morning. Yes.
Months. So, you know, I.
I get it.
Hey. Yes.
It's not. We'll see how it goes. That's it. No, Brittany's the executive director. I'm the policy and operations director. Thank you. Okay, thanks for being here. It's finally feeling like I wanted to introduce you to Henry. This is his first event. Henry, this is Reba. I just wanted to introduce you. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Or,
I'll never call you Henry again.
no, it's, say that 3 times. That'd be common. That would be a tough. My husband was son. Get you the motivation. Cindy, Cindy, can you hear me?
Of course. If everybody would take their seats, we get started.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Brittany Dixon, and I'm the Executive Director of Hub 20 Now. And we'd just like to thank you and welcome you to our Hub 2023 Fall Conference, Hub 23 Campus. We are celebrating 70 years of existence this year, so that's super exciting. It's not every day that an organization like our own makes it to the 70-year birthday, so to say. So we are super grateful for all of our sponsors and our members that make it happen. Before we get started, I would like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. There's the flag behind me here. Thank you, everyone. We are so thankful and excited for you all to be here today to celebrate 70 years of advocacy for the Western Slope. It is pretty special, like I said, that an organization like ours makes it in 70 years. And it couldn't be possible without our members, without our sponsors supporting us throughout all of these decades. So we want to thank you for that, for your continued support moving forward as well. Before I begin, I would like to thank all of our sponsors for today's event. As you can see, we have a lot of them. Great support throughout the community and beyond. So our venue sponsors for today are Chevron and Rocky Mountain Plants. Our state price shuttle sponsors are Connect for Health Colorado and Access Speech Limo Ranch. Our state prize sponsors are Pinnacle Assurance, Carter Communications, HBR, Colorado Housing Finance and Finance Authority, Black Coast Energy, and Swire Coca-Cola. Today's keynote lunch address sponsor is University of Colorado. Our state prize social hour sponsors are Swire Coca-Cola, Tri-State, and Union Pacific. We had a lovely leadership networking mixer last night, and that was sponsored by St. Mary's Hospital, SCL Health, American Petroleum Institute, API Colorado, and Alpine Bank. Oh, and also Community Hospital, thank you. Our break and networking great sponsors today are A&B Bank and Swire Coca-Cola. Our general sponsors are DJCNA and SGN Inc. And our program sponsors are Mark and Kathy Backler and Miss Lois Dunn. If you see any of these attendees throughout the day, they should all have sponsors. So please go out of your way to thank them and just thank them for being here, for their support, for everything moving forward. They are not only great advocates for us and great sponsors for us, but others in the community. So as I've said, and you will hear many times throughout the day, this is a very special day for us and a very special year. And to commemorate where we got our start and looking forward to where we are going, we have a super exciting thing to share with you all that we've been working on throughout the past couple of months. We would like to show you a video that we've been working on now.
Home started back in 1950. A bunch of Western Slope advocates got together. They realized the roads and our water and our public property, public land health was quite underfarmed. They got together and just wanted to make sure that the Eastern Slope didn't forget the world.
And I first joined, energy is huge. There's always problems with education of trying to get the allocation for our people's here. And
There's also medical is a big thing because our rural hospitals have a harder time not getting enough funding. So there's just a lot of areas that we've gone into.
So I joined Club 20, I think 5 years ago. I didn't understand legislation, laws that were being passed, and I felt really in the dark. I was invited to a meeting and I was blown away by the amount of information that I got and how it related to my community. You get the chance to meet community members that are making and passing these bills. And so if you want a chance to understand bills before they come or changes that are happening in your community, it's a chance to have a conversation with somebody and be collaborative.
The idea that the western 20 counties could speak with one voice, could gather together, that was a critical, and at the time, somewhat path-marking idea. Colorado is so fortunate to have this tradition of collaborative problem solving. Club 20 is at the fore of that, and we're better for having Club 20 in Colorado.
Club 20 is the group that brings all different aspects of rural life together. We have numerous different committees. We have agriculture, business affairs, education, energy, healthcare, public lands, natural resources, telecommunications, tourism and outdoor recreation, transportation, and of course, water. None of us has the ability to keep an eye on every aspect of what we deal with. That's why we have our committees, experts in all of these different genres. Club 20 keeps an eye on rural Colorado for all of you.
We represent all the counties in the West Slope, and keep in mind, not all the counties are conservative. I mean, some are liberal, some are conservative, but at least they get together and they're able to communicate. The people of the West Slope are friendly, gregarious. They treat people with respect if you treat them with respect, and they're willing to listen.
I feel like our mission statement has always stayed the same since the 50s. And that's to advocate for Western Slope, and that's to advocate for the funds to come this way, is to advocate for the legislators to come this way, to not forget about us. Our population density is kind of sparse, you know, so sometimes you feel forgotten. And it's a way for us to have our voice heard, even if we're not in downtown Denver, and to advocate for our way of life, to advocate for our energy, to advocate for our community, for our hospitals, for our education, and not be forgotten. So even though we're small, we're still mighty.
I think the most important thing is just being able to interact with people from all around the rural areas and get to know those people. That's just the greatest thing, to know that we're all working together, trying to make things better for Western Colorado.
I would hope that, you know, people in my generation and below would see the value of coming together to solve problems at a table instead of online. I would hope that we can disagree about political stances, we can disagree about policy, and at the end of the day, we still come together and have dinner and laugh together. You can have a difference of opinion, you can be very vocal about your opinion, and you can bring, you know, light to the table on issues that maybe nobody has thought of. And I think it's a place that everyone belongs.
One of the challenges that we're facing right now in Colorado and in our democratic republic is, are people listening to one another? Are people actually working on the problems that matter, or are people ending up in food fights or demonizing one another? Club 20 exists to provide a space for reflection, a space for relationship building, and a space for problem solving. We need that in Colorado and in our nation.
Okay, we hope you all enjoyed that video. It's been a fun little project to see the history throughout the ages and hear from some of our long-term members.
That was me. I am so sorry, Brittany.
So I would just like to thank our production company, 14K Media. They're a local group here in town, and I think they did a pretty gosh darn job with that video. I would also like to recognize our executive committee members. They all agreed, because they believed in this project, to sponsor this video and contribute their own money to this production, as well as Pinnacle Assurance and West Farm there. So let's give them a round of applause. So Your 70th year anniversary is also your platinum anniversary. And what do you know? We have a platinum member, or we have 3 platinum members rather. So we would like to give them a round of applause as well. That's Pinnacle Assurance, Chevron, and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. They are great. So moving forward a little bit and continuing with the theme this year, Club 20 Through the Ages, we're going to jump into our first session today, which I'm super excited about. We'll get to hear about some of the history and some of the issues that Club 20 has worked on throughout the past. I know that there's former directors, but I was also informed by Greg Walter that when he was in this position, it was a president, no, not an executive director. So, and I think that's correct. Am I right, Greg? So I will leave the rest of them to introduce themselves a little bit more.
That's not me. I don't know what that is.
But I'd like to invite our moderator up, our board chair, Brad McLeod, who is the area manager for community relations of the Western Slope for Excel Energy. Let's welcome him to the stage.
If I could at this moment, I would like to ask to come up Greg Walter, Reeves Brown, Bobby Peters, and Reeves.
Oh, what's plugged in?
As they're coming up, we've got a hard stop at 9:30. I am going to hold to it. You had one on several things. 2 days in a row. Brittany chasing me out in the hallway and giving me a thumb lesson.
I got it.
Stand. So we will do some quick introductions. And then we're going to get into a discussion with some folks who have a very interesting perspective on the history of these last couple of decades, above 20, and then obviously some before that. I'm going to ask each of these individuals to give themselves roughly 5 and 10 minutes introduction, talk about your experience, a little background with yourself, and maybe some of the challenges that you faced or successes that you were proud of, and at the same time, maybe how that's similar or different than today from your perspective, looking at where Club 20 is now and its evolution. The first person I'm going to obviously we'll go left. Right. We're not sitting in that order, we'll talk. Greg, you're actually sitting on your microphone, but I'm going to go to you first. I will also point out that Greg was the president of 20 from 1989 to 1990.
I muted it.
Not more than 3 years. But all of that, we're getting. So, but Greg, would you start out our discussion? And I will be watching the time. If you're going along slightly, I will remind all of you to discuss.
Math isn't my strong suit.
15 minutes just became 5.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and congratulations on 70 years. I'm still wearing the souvenir pin from the 40th Congress, 1993. During we had year-long celebration. Some of you remember with logo pins and coffee mugs and candy jars and polo shirts and the portfolios we took on the Washington trip. And some people might have wondered that year whether the Club 20 was 70, but I didn't. I've always known this organization is going to be around forever and ever. So congratulations on it, and thank you for including me in it. Brittany said that she wanted to start this meeting off with somebody whose history surpasses everyone else in the country, and who has gotten more about the issues facing this region than most people have ever learned. We know that the West Slope issues the best and universally respected, but Bill Cleary isn't here, so he won't. I miss Bill Cleary. I miss John Vanderhook, my 2 predecessors. I miss Stan Burton, who came after me. Johnny and Bill, a lot of you remember, we told, they both retired from this job, but they didn't want to leave the office. They loved coming in and getting office space for the rest of their lives. And they both came in virtually every day during my decade here and talked about a couple of great teachers. Could learn from anybody better. One Democrat is a Republican, both incredibly well known and well respected. And completely different approaches to every issue that I had to deal with. And I asked them both for advice a lot. And they were so different. A lot of you remember John Bennet had a very rough and kind of blunt manner about him. And Bill Cleary was much more nuanced. Bill Cleary, I'd have some harebrained idea. And I drove past Bill Cleary, he'd say, try it, it might work. This and that. And be aware of that and this. Let's try it and see what happens. And so then I'd go run the same idea past John Bennet and say, try it in 74, didn't work, won't work now. Totally. Sam Broom, he had this job only for a couple of years, but during all of my time here, he was the head of our economic development. And there was nobody better than Sam Broom. And you remember, but at the time of the board meeting for the economic development committee report, Sam was going to begin it by saying, well, as of 10 o'clock this morning, governor's office today, there's nobody who was better connected than Sam Broom. I'm just seeing all of that. But if we celebrate 70 years here, I just thought we should acknowledge up front that you're standing on the shoulders of giants. Made it possible to cut 20 years. I'm just seeing Sam Simplicio and Jerry Kent, who recruited me into this job, and Dale Hollingsworth and Art Mossy, the first regional tourism promotion for the Navy program. We still had, when I started here, several of the home visits. So I got a chance to Lyman College for figures. We had a number of issues first that I was seeing. Remember Ben Befield, Cinema, Nick Theos, George Johnson, Freddie Prager, and Sammy James. We had people who statewide influence was incredible, like Daniel, Director, Jerry Brooks, and people whose dedication to this organization, one of the reasons it's still around today. Joe Prinster and Grant Johnson, Bill Needham, and Randy, Ricky Santarelli and Bob Decker and Dennis, Bill Bauer and Cortez, and Dave Logan and Montrose. It's a long list. Seeing Mulder, it does remind you, which really actually had the temerity of teasing it for my advanced years. And I'm wondering if I could give them I probably missed some steps. You will remember our friend at Dave Rice used to say, there are 3 stages of life. You, middle age, you're looking great. The aging process slowed down a lot. But I can tell you how you can tell when you're old and been around here a long time. I'll tell you, Brittany, that any place in Western Florida, I can tell you what used to be. Although, you were saying earlier, I think fine. Anyway, as much as things change, your presence here is proof that some things stay the same. We still have to fight for our share of highway money and to make sure Western slow down. Think about how frustrated we can get when leaders in Washington and Denver are sort of condescending in the way they treat us. And it reminds me how Chris Walker used to respond to that. He used to say, I am not your pet squirrel. He was just frankly embarrassed. He had the support of newspaper owners in Montrose and Durango and Montrose. Steamboat Springs and several others. And he had the ability to generate headlines, make people look bad, and they understood it, so in 1952, more than, I don't know if this is true today, but half of all the state highways in Colorado were pressed. In 1952, the state allocated 10% of highways to the entire region. And of course, they figured out that they were all lobbying for their local. Walker, who I never met, by the way, my dad worked for him. But he and the others figured out that they could get together and agree on one priority. And maybe sometimes it might almost be harder than that today, but they all got together and said, we can get them finished paving the road of Wolf Creek Pass this year. Then next year, we'll get all of them to help us finish the road between Hayden and Craig. But that's what happened, and the share of the state budget spent west of the divide went from 10% to 37%. Hey, all of it, state highways. Well, so now it's a different problem, but it's an issue that we had to deal with that. When I started in 1989, there was an issue with the state legislature I own not half of the state highway to pay for mass transit, build court pays. And so we just developed a quick new study and said there's never going to be a Japanese bullet slick rock to Dayton. And you know, sometimes a short little snippet like that can take a quote. We face the same battle though on improving roads. Literally 30 years battle, 4-lane highway 50 here in Delta. I was over the nation platform with the highway department said there were more cars between Crawford and Delta than between Delta and Grandview. And I mean, obviously it didn't make sense. So we started saying, we want to see the raw data, show us what you know. And they finally explained after years of asking that it was based on a computer model. And it turned out they had never actually counted the traffic. So we decided our representative, Tim Foster, was the majority leader of the state house, and he said, we gotta have a press conference about that. So he and I went out to the intersection of 32 Road and 150 public press conference. We thought we'll get a bunch of coverage with this issue and change it. We were standing there waiting in the vehicle from a local TV station, roared in, and the reporter jumped out and said, can I just get a quick soundbite because there's a partner. The frustration is not happening. Mentioned that this is after literally decades of work and the same TV stations putting news stories about traffic jam, people being killed on food and so on. And yet, you know, it leads, I guess. But the next day, there was a big headline in the Daily Sentinel about it. You know, 10 other newspapers in years. That's how it happened. That's how we published the we talked about the new information superhighway connect the whole world. That's true. It's how out here we published a paper called Information Third Road. Finally, we put that together. But it became a campaign issue. We're still facing the same threats now that we did then. Somebody else decided and the approach to platform matters as much now as it ever did. We provide the forum for civility matters. Where else do you think of where you know, somebody, a publisher at Bayfield who become close friends with the county commissioner, or where people get well acquainted and close friendships and develop. We had when the state was going to spend all the economic development budget period in one year. So we invited the economic development director. We held a barbecue in their father, at Stan Bloom's house in my village. needless to say, the economic development approach we can statewide. That stability, it's so, we have a long-time board member, Joe Sands. He disagreed with me and 90% of the board on every single issue. Sometimes I think it's the opposite because someone has to play that role and thought that was his role. But when Wade Harvey and I traveled to some camp, we didn't try to say this. He stayed in the home with Eric Johnson, Redstone. That stability is what holds it all together. So I love California. I love my years here. I see it matters if I stay. I had a great team of people working in the office. I mentioned Wade Harvey. They had a great team. If you surround yourself with people smarter than you, then people about people smarter, it's not.
Greg over here that we do full disclosure, Greg, historians and lawyers. Now our next speaker is going to come from Brown record. Also in 2001. I don't know the Greg had that before. I first seen the piece because I was a manager. He's still here it is my time. That's when we first started. Reason you come up and I think you're trying to look at.
Thank you all very much for that being up here. I always remember this. Really good. We and historic. When I first took the opportunity to serve Club 20, 2001 something, and Greg was the first call about, and he said, "You just took the funnest job in Colorado." The first time bringing requirements, yeah, it's right. It is the job in Colorado. It is absolutely because of the people you can work with and the community you get to serve. It's just it was a great experience, best professional experience of my life, and greatly appreciate the opportunity to serve that. My wife asked me what I was going to talk about here, and I told her it really didn't matter because they're going to let Walter go first. Greg asked me, what do you talk about? Some of your accomplishments and all. My two biggest accomplishments. One, I didn't get fired, and two, I thought one didn't go under. That was great. I got out. But I remember my first executive did me. I was managing a ranch in Carbondale, and moved here with my family, and bought a house here. Discovered within about a month that we had some financial challenges. Big surprise. And we were actually going to run out of money. This would have been in July 2001, and we were going to run out of money in September. I was in a panic. So I turned to Dennis King, who was our treasurer at the time. I didn't do that. There's no way we could stretch this. Oh my God. Don't worry about it. Bill Sisson, the American National Bank, he always took the property. So not a problem. Oh, great. So my first executive committee we met in Lake City there, courthouse upstairs. It was hot, July day, and we got time for my report, and shared with the committee that we're going to run out of money in September. But you got to understand that Bill, you extended some operating loans with that place. And Bill pounded the tips. No, we're not doing that anymore. I'm not doing that. That's not the right way to run an organization. We're not doing that. And I didn't have a plan B. I looked at Dennis. Got through it. Figured out we were the biggest speculative. During that conversation, Dennis got up and wandered over to the window, looked out the window, the lesson road. Don't jump, Dennis. We'll figure it out. Well, we did. You know, I figured out, and we've never been flush with cash. It's Brittany and my colleagues who we call it. It's never been flush. We've always kind of made it through, one way or the other, but that was kind of a sobering introduction to Club 20 after moving my family here. Thought maybe it were perhaps the best decision I ever made. One of the examples, I don't know if it's a compliment, to me, one of the examples we did when I was here, that I thought was just so emblematic of what who we are. In 2008, we formed the healthcare committee and the education committee, which are on some people's minds. And Steve Bergerak agreed to chair the healthcare committee. The only reason we really formed that is we wanted to observe what the legislature is doing on the 208 commission. It's an effort to look at healthcare and invite proposals for how to improve healthcare. And so we were going to observe that. And we had to form the committee for more than about 2 weeks. And why don't we form our own proposal? Okay. So we applied and put together a group. And in traditional Club 20 fashion, it was a diverse group, right? It had healthcare professionals, doctors, had a nurse, had large insurance company representative, small private companies, had business representative, nursing company. It was a very childcare community, very diverse group, which is what Club 20 does. And we spent about 8 months meeting every week and put together a proposal, look at healthcare from every facet. And we got done with that, and there were 32 proposals that were submitted for that. And all of the other proposals were by a constituent group. Understandably, it was the doctors' proposal, it was the healthcare industry, the insurance proposal. Ours was the only one that was kind of the conglomerate, the amalgamation, multifaceted. We wrapped that up and submitted that 2009. Steve Reynolds and I were laughing about this, because he was part of that group. In 2010, the Affordable Care Act was introduced, which got some attention. Which got even more attention for me is the fact that certain fundamental tenets of the Affordable Care Act were the basic ideas of, gee, it's cheaper if you provide acute care on the back end, and gee, it'd be good if everybody contributed who couldn't, instead of those who were paying. So, and shortly after this, I'm thinking, well, this is awkward. And shortly after, it was like a month after the ACA, we got invited to the next kind of public lunch. Steve talk about Club 20 healthcare proposal. I can see we're gonna get skewered. This is not good. And we got up and Steve in this very elegant fashion and walked through and thought how we arrived at this, what the reality is. And we had a huge round of applause. Why are people talking about this? What's unique about that is that it worked because you bring diverse interests together and engage in constructive things. And people will always agree more than they disagree. They'll always find something they can agree to. They will, if you start with civil conversation to begin with. I think then and today, I think the reality, the challenge with Club 20 is that change is the only constant. It is. It's the only constant Club 20's mission. Voice of elected vote. The voice of people changing all the time. And nobody likes change. Unless you're indicted. Nobody likes change. We don't want to change. And that's the perpetual challenge of Club 20, is being able to change and evolve fast enough to keep up with the Western slope demographic, which is changing exponentially more rapid every year as people move in. And I think the strength of Club 20 is not in our ability to advance the interests of one constituency or another, and it's not in the ability to agree. It's in the ability to bring diverse interests to the table and engage in constructive dialogue. That is the magic of Club 20. That's why people across the state, including Attorney General Weiser, Governor Report, recognize the power of Club 20. And I think that's the challenge we have then, and it's the challenge. Club 20 is really the Attorney General Weiser said in the commentary. It's really a model, and it is. When I left Club 20, we started building that Colorado, which really followed the Club 20 model. Can we bring leaders together to engage in constructive dialogue as a result of several significant cost changes? So that is my challenge. One final thought before Brad. I really appreciate Greg taking us out there and sharing some legends first in this. In 30 or 40 years, you are those legends. Keep that in mind. The people at this table today, who are engaging in this discussion today, are defining the Western Slope of tomorrow. And you are the ones that people 40 years from now will talk about. "Wow, those people were legends." So don't take that for granted. Thank you very much.
You know, as we get into this, it's fun to watch it. Obviously, none of our past directors had any passion about the job. I got to start working with Bonnie right after the course director. By that time, I got out of dark side media and was heavily involved with public lands and resources. Bonnie called me and said, "Hey, you guys have any engagement meetings with this?" Bonnie was always good at looking for people, plug-ins, it's always good. Bonnie,
Thank you, Brad. Thanks to all of you for your continued support of Club 20. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't exist. Club 20, one of the things that Greg didn't mention is when Club 20 was originally established, you had to be a business person. You also had to be a member of the local chamber of commerce in order to belong to Club 20. It was really, really critical that that business voice play a role in Club 20. And clearly that's changed over time, but having that business voice is absolutely critical to the survival of this organization. So just wanted to point that out. Greg also was right. I do come from a town that doesn't exist anymore. I was born in Gedeon, Colorado. How many know where Gedeon is? And Gedeon, as most people know, was established to mine the Navy, and a byproduct of the Navy was uranium. No, I don't glow in the dark. So just get that. Gosh, you know, I joined Club 20 in 1988. So I've been a member of Club 20. And I've seen the organization grow up. I've grown with the organization. And actually served as an alternate to the Mason County Board with Club 20 when Greg was at the helm, right? So I learned a lot from that standpoint. And in my tenure, we talked about that leadership and we talked about how to get people engaged and how to move the organization forward. So one of the things that we did is we began a leadership program that came through one day and said, what if we did something like this? And I said, well, maybe that makes some sense. Because if you look all up and down Western Colorado, a lot of chambers have leadership programs and they do a great job. They have these people who participate in leadership program go to the state legislature, so you know what that's. And they have a speaker on water, and they have a speaker on public lands, and they have a speaker on legislative process and all of those pieces. But if you look at those pieces, those are our 10 standing committees. So our thought was, if we can tag on to that, we can reach out to those folks and include them and help them understand that if you want to learn more about those issues, come to Club 20 and be a member of Club 20. So we were able to do that for about 3 years. We were able to garner some interest from Colorado State University. Bennet ran the chancellor from the CSU. He was very excited about that idea, and he actually ended up being a very large sponsor of that that we did it. And what we also did for the folks who use the leadership program is we gave them a 1-year membership at Club 20 so that they could join us and see what Club 20 is about, so that we can expand that voice, expand that diversity, and expand that conversation. It kind of was being run while I was at the helm, and then it didn't continue it. And I think that's an unfortunate thing, because I do think that perhaps we could have expanded some leadership and some really positive things from that standpoint. But at any rate, that's where we started at. And people's asking, we'll be talking about something, and I'll talk about the public lands, I'll talk about some of the history around that, and that sort of thing. And people will go, how do you know that? How do you know that? Well, I know that because of Club 20, because I sat in these committees and I listened to all the people, all those names that Greg mentioned, I knew all those people, and they all understood something a little bit more of the history than I knew, and I learned a lot about it. Les Littleman talking about public lands. Why do we have public grazing? He had a great answer for that. It was great. When I came into the position, Johnny Van was his health minister, and he was still a great resource. Bill Cleary still came into the office every day, and we gave him office space, and I did exactly what Greg did. So what do you think about this bill? And he would give me his perspective on it. It was great. Tom Vickers is still alive in Lake City, but visited Park a couple of times. And I'm sad to say that we lost those people serving as the executive director, but they are great mentors. And if you look around the room and you look at the people that have been involved in this organization, you can learn a lot from those folks as well. During my tenure, Club 20, First, last, and always, transportation was at the top of the list. And one of the things that we did, Club 20 has been a model across the state. There are a couple of organizations on the Front Range or in the Eastern Plains that actually formed as based on our model. And that's actually 22 and Progressive 15. So they represent those counties. If you look at the number of counties that we represent out of the 64, those three organizations represent 57 of the counties. So we had a conversation. We were very concerned about the fact that, yeah, we have roads paving out falling apart. What's the biggest issue in the world? I mean, safety, right? We have all this tourism coming to Colorado. Well, I'll tell you what, the tourists are coming to Colorado. They're coming to Colorado to come over here. And there was a statistic at the time that said that Western Colorado had the highest death rate on their state highways. So we started talking these rural organizations around transportation. Could we come up with a plan, proposal to the state? And as we started that conversation, Beth Boebert found out that we started that conversation. He said, can we be part of it? Well, we're inclusive, right? So we said, yeah, absolutely. And what began as, let's address the basic needs. Let's get our roads fixed, and perhaps we can get some shoulders on roads in Washington. But it grew, as you can imagine, with the metro perspective. They wanted bike paths, they wanted transit, and you understand that. It makes sense in the metro areas. So we collectively came up with an idea that we talked a great deal about in Club 20 at committees and boards, and we came up with an idea and ultimately worked together to put a ballot initiative in front of the people. So it did not pass, and we were concerned that it wouldn't pass because of all those extras in it. So we still had to go back to the drawing board, and we're still concerned about mayors up there. That hasn't happened still to this point. One of the things that was very interesting about that is people were a little frustrated. They thought rural basically made that ballot initiative fail, but it really didn't. It was really the Metro procedure plan, and they really are the ones that didn't pass it. So it made it a little difficult for Metro mayors to go and do exactly what they thought that they would do. Greg talked about the information road, and 20 years after he was there, we were still talking about broadband in rural Colorado. So we brought, that was an even bigger issue for Club 20 when I came on, because we had gotten to the point that we were even further. It hoped private sector would take care of that issue, but they weren't going to do it. They could not make the business case to do it. And ultimately our community started saying, what can we do? And that conversation really got started in our committees here at Club 20. What can we do about broadband? How can we take this on ourselves? And we identified the fact that Senate Bill 5-152 really made it difficult for local communities to begin to look at how to solve that problem themselves. So we came up with the idea that local communities could opt out Senate Bill 152, and they started doing that. They started doing that very broadly. And then as we talked more about how to find financing for it, and that sort of thing, Reese continued to be involved with Club 20, and he was the director of, and he said, you know what, Dolan can stand some money aside for some grants in between those grants, the Economic Development Administration grants, we started to have some success in building fiber optic middle mile in rural Colorado. So we still have areas that are not served as well and as robust as we'd like. But I'll tell you what, we have communities like Keynote and who are big communities because literally between the cooperation that came out of those grants, the conversation at Club 20 and Region 10 picking up the ball, they literally, and working with DMEA, they literally have fiber to a lot of those residences in places like Keynote. So we're all striving to get there, and there continues to be some federal money under the infrastructure bill to address some of those. So hopefully we'll continue to get there. Am I about done? Okay. I have 5 pages of things that I can talk about. And that was only 4 years, so you can imagine how much Bruce and Greg cut theirs down. But it's been an honor to be a member of this organization this many years and to get to meet the people that we do. And I would offer one last word to you. Find somebody who should be in this conversation and bring them to the organization. We are only as strong as the people that we have in this organization. And I hope to see it exist in another 70 years. Of course, I'm going to be here for that, but.
Point out, I mean, we've got so many things to go on. Our next speaker on our panel was our most recent executive director. Worked a lot with, fortunately, the only one that I can say name. Yeah, and that's the fact that when you came in, she was a hardworking, she really a hardworking staffer with Senator, with Congressman Tiffany. And she came with great experience. You probably put her in one of the hardest, Brittany might debate this morning, but one of the hardest interviewing processes ever to be the director. And then when she got engaged and involved in the process, she came to me and asked and said, why are you showing all meetings, you all these things? Why are you on the board? You should really effort to go to office to make sure that you are represented. So unfortunately for all of you, you have to first line with me. So that's the only negative thing I can say about it. Christian has been through lots of experiences while she was here. And I actually look forward to it. So I'm going to give you your time now.
I'll tell you, after I left the first 2 months, I slept. I didn't really have, you remember this, like, and I said, I think I'm just catching up on sleep. Thank you. Welcome. Good morning. When I was thinking about applying for the Club 20 position, I had an email in my box from Chris Treese saying, hey, are you interested in jumping into the big leagues? I think is what it said. And then at a public lands meeting in, where were we? We were on a parachute. I could feel this tap on my shoulder incessantly, and it's Jeff Comstock. And he says, are you gonna apply or you gonna? And then I was actually having caramel popcorn at Russ George's house that Neil had made. And I said, Russ, I'm thinking about applying for Club 20. And he goes, that's a big kid job. I think you can do it. I said, all right, well, if Russ says so, then I guess I'll do it. Les Merkelman was my board chair at the time. And he called me and made the offer, and I was excited, and then I wanted to vomit. Within a couple of weeks on the job, I was asked to go testify on a bill at the state capitol, which I had never done before. The bill was before the Hill Committee, which Ray Scott was chair of, and it was the bill that established the commission to study our aging population and make recommendations on how we can provide safe resources for those folks, right? Super important stuff. It got sent to the Hill Committee, and I managed to get Ray pulled out of that committee, and he sat down and he goes, I'm telling your bill. And I said, please don't. Like, I've been an executive director for 2 weeks. And it turns out my husband and his daughter went to high school together, we're really good friends. I was like, come on, like, do me a solid, I'll do you a solid. And he ended up getting it out of committee and capital appropriations, and I got, not justifiably so, a lot of credit for that, but all I did was like, can you just let me keep my job? That's all it is. And then of course the commission happened, but it was at that point that I realized how relational these positions really are. You know, it's easy to be the loudest voice in a room of people who agree with you. What's difficult is forging those very important influential relationships with people who don't agree with you. So that when you're working on these really difficult, nuanced issues together, you can come together and come up with an end product that really meets the needs of both sides. And that was really my leadership style at Club 20, and it was more subdued and quiet behind the scenes, and building that network of influencers. And I see some of them in the room, maybe John Swartout, my goodness. You were certainly one of those. We had such a strong relationship with the Denver Chamber, with Colorado Competitive Council, CCI, CML, and what you all didn't see were the phone calls being made behind the scenes with Colorado Commons, saying, I need your help pulling this bill because it's going to be really bad for Western Colorado. You please contact your Denver legislators calls. And most of the time it was absolutely, we didn't know, like that one wasn't on the radar. So it's striking to me how important our relationships with each other are. And we can't develop those relationships by going on guns blazing, you know, sticking to these ideological beliefs without being unmovable. And I think that's where, you know, to Reed's point, that Club 20 way is still so valuable in having respectful civil discourse and courageous leadership in a time where it's easy to say, no, I miss the local parties. That is not what is in the best interest of our state or our country. And Club 20 has to be a strong courageous leader in continuing to say, no, that is not how we do it here. We work together in this state because it benefits all of the citizens, not just those on one side or the other. So I'm really proud of that style of leadership. We were very involved in several ballot measures, mostly spearheaded by Reeves. The raise the bar measure, the presidential primary measures. I don't know how I got roped into this, but I ended up being in opposition to leader on the universal healthcare legislation. It's terrifying. I think a lot, like when very, I remember reading note articles while driving to the debate, this stuff real is. But there it was. One of the things that I found like a huge sense of pride in was our Watershed First Health Summit that we put on last spring. And what was cool about that was we had a committee of experts. Chad was part of that, Nancy was part of that. We had experts saying, this is what we need to do, these are the people we need to invite, we have to get X, Y, and Z in a row. And we were able to do it. And then to read in a newspaper not too long after that we got some funds redirected to the Western Slope for forest mitigation efforts. And our conference is directly cited as the reason for that. I mean, I remember reading that article, like this is why we exist, right? Is to further understanding, not just with each other, but on the top. So I'm super proud of those efforts. Some of the shifts that I see since the pandemic, the world is just, it's vitriolic, it's full of reactionary responses. It's not, to me, it doesn't feel as collaborative as it once was. Bipartisanship and statesmanship is a dirty word these days. which, causes me great, concern for our future. And I don't know if that is the new norm or if organizations like Club 20 can really be that here to show that it's not. I hope the matter, but I truly don't know. Politics is different. It's more in a time where, and I know we have media people in the room, a time where a lot of people don't trust media anymore. The in-person influence has become so much more important, and it's less effective. It's one-on-one, and I get that, it's more difficult to do, but it has more credibility too. When somebody you know is telling you something versus reading about it in the newspaper, social media, or whatever that looks like. So I think, to the points that have been made, we have to embrace change. Our world is different. Our world is different just in the last couple of years, as the last 30 years. So we have to do things differently. We have to modernize and grow. That was one of the things Ricky Santarelli told me when I first day on the job is we have to modernize this organization. The things that worked for us 20, 30, 40 years ago won't work for us today. We have to do it different. We also have to appeal to a younger generation. All due respect, but we're an aging group, right? And so we need to brainstorm ways to really engage younger mid-career professionals who are passionate about these issues. And that's going to be Brittany's problem. No. The strategic plan truly highlights some really, I think, innovative ways that we could do that. So hopefully we'll get that implemented before too long. But the last thing I'll just end with is Greg's inching closer. And the closer he gets, the more uncomfortable. The beauty, my most favorite thing about Club 20, you've probably heard me say this before, are the relationships that we build. Coming into the room and seeing everybody hug each other and their faces light up and eyes full of tears when they haven't seen you in a while. And, we can disagree, but I think there is a genuine deep caring that each of us has for one another in this room. And I think that's incredibly unique. I don't think that exists at many other organizations, and it is one of the most beautiful things about this organization. I am very grateful and honored to have been allowed to lead it for 8 years. Thank you.
So we are going to do a 10-minute Q&A here. But I want to say really love you. Some of you, not, but in the last year that I looked through it pretty tough. And Christian was one of the most impactful people I had. All right, next week, college personalities. So we're going to go ahead and do some Q&A really quick. I will ask, as I did yesterday a little bit in a second, since we've got a brief period of time to Q&A, we would like to get more than just one question. If you've got a narrative, that's great. We'd like a question that's brief, so that we can get some good substantive brief responses. My panelists can get some more responses. If you would like to have a narrative podium, we have a hallway. In about 2 minutes, I'll be out there. We can chat from that. Does that make sense? Okay. So who's got our mind? And who's our first question? I will now give the floor briefly to our wonderful membership chair, the Honorable Beck, for the first question.
Well, I don't have a particular question. There, I was.
Ray, let's cut you off. Legs right.
I will say this, is that I really appreciate your connection, and this was a great conversation, a lot of history about 20, and you know, an organization is only as strong as you, and you guys have been part of that. Thank you for that.
He said there's a lot of history in Club.
My question will be for the man, going forward, you got a lot of history in background, a lot of passion. Well, what is the next step of 20 in your opinion? What do we need to do and do better? Thank you.
Right, I'll say two things about Club 20's future. First thing is continuity, which several others here have already mentioned, important, including all the meetings that you go to, all the things that you encounter. Young people that are already leaders among some sphere of influence in their community, recruit them, and not just that, but also in Club 20. And make sure that I know that some of this responsibility falls on the rest of the city. See some people. Get them into Club 20 specifically. And it's what creates the long-term continuity. That is how Chris treats us. We got this. Firstly, recruiting lots of people. But somebody in the organization might be young that you do it. Well, we've got David Paul Brown. T. Wright Dickens, Jeremy Daniels, Nancy Fisher, who also doesn't want to. We got Phil Morgan, and I mean, there's a lot of people still active, and that's how really is what makes it all work. The other thing is to constantly remind everybody that this is the voice of Western Colorado United, and don't let anybody question what that goal is. I can remember when I started here, I was concerned about the growth of Western Colorado homes. Yes, literally were afraid that they were going to be eclipsed by 20 at the voice of Western Colorado. They had a budget one of those years that tripled the budget of about 20, and lots of concern about it. But they didn't have as members. They didn't have people like this all over from all different towns, paying and showing up. When your budget depends on 2 or 3 big grants. Look what happened. Google Western Colorado Congress, find out this means that today we're celebrating our 7th anniversary. So that's how I knew it was. I mean, anybody question the role of the reach of this organization? Just remind them that this is the voice of the entire Western Slope. And to the extent that our members also include local governments, literally represent everybody in Western Colorado. Our boss used to tell everybody, in fact, he used to say, everybody in Western Colorado is a member of Club 20. They haven't all paid their dues yet.
I appreciate bringing this up. I think it's young leadership involved. And that's been a critical problem for Club 20. It's a problem for every organization out there, because the 30-year-old that you're looking for, just us, it's not really a Club 20, but I wonder what if it's hard to attract a constituency. That constituency doesn't see itself reflected in leadership. But when we were to designate one of the president's appointments or add an executive or something, it had to be someone under, those that target audience. What if you had that representation, deliberately put that representation in leadership? Would that, one, I think it would add perspective, broaden the perspective of leadership. I wonder if that would help. I don't know, but it's an important point. Christian and I are different organizations, same problem. It seems to me the answer is not just to the next 65-year-old go out and recruit a 20-year-old. I think it's having more.
We probably also all have the experience too that attracting publicity to our issues is part of that improvement. I first started and I had to hit the road and members of my office did, and I would meet with somebody and say, you know, Park Club 20, and sometimes they would either say, what is that? Or they would say, Club 20, or they're still around and heard from, whatever it is. Attracting publicity to what we do. And so to that extent, I think we all too also discovered that while stability is an enormously important part of what we do, you also can't be afraid to pick a fight once in a while. So there are issues, not among ourselves, but there are issues where sometimes have decided to fire out. And we have those, protecting our water against California or Denver or federal control. We have to be willing to do that. Bonnie, did you add
Well, the thing that I would add is, as Greg mentioned, that media, that outreach, and that has changed tremendously. And reaching those number of folks is a new challenge. And so anything that we can do to use social media and be the places that the younger people are and help them understand who we are by our organization is really important. And I just thought about a conversation I had with Mark Thomas, who was from San Miguel County during my tenure. I was saying, Mark, you need to get back involved with Club 20. And he said, you know what? It probably is about time to get involved in Club 20. And he said, because Western Colorado Congress claims to be a Congress, but they're not. Club 20 is the Congress. You have members everywhere. You have members in every county. And they all sit down together, and that's what a Congress is about. And he said, so you're right, probably ought to do that. But we never did get it back in, but at least I thought it was a thoughtful, I thought it was something thoughtful, because I think he left under some interesting circumstances. So those are the things that I would think about, but still, even if you're 65 and you've got a 30-year-old kid, drag them over here. Because they need to understand. I won't say how old I was, but it was 55 years ago. I was a lot younger when I joined. And that's how people get here. That's how Jeff Comstock got here. That's how T. Wright Dickinson got here. Is, Nick Theos grabbed T. Wright and said, I've got a meeting you need to go to. And he turned out to be one of our most stalwart leaders in Western Colorado. So don't negate that as a possibility.
Okay, so Christian has third time, so we have one more question. Right, we have one more person for us. I will ask them to be very brief on the responses. But we have time for one more question, if somebody really has one more. And if not, I will ask. All right, thank you. Wait, they're bringing them on.
So very quickly, all of you had outstanding careers, and it was great hearing all of these things. What's one thing that if you could go back during your time that you would do different?
There's one thing that haunts me, and I'm pretty certain it's gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Yeah, it's bad. And honestly, it's one thing I didn't want to talk to. Your poll is not coming. I was on the front page of every newspaper in Colorado for about 2 weeks. And I didn't sleep for 2 weeks. It was very difficult. Fortunately, our leadership team at that time, who was Merrick, Cindy, and was it Phil? I think it was Phil Chamberlain. They all worked with me and with some other Club 20 members, trying to draft the best response that we could without being emotional or inflammatory or irrational or anything. But that was a very difficult time that I wish we could have figured out a different path forward. In hindsight, I don't know if there's anything we could have done differently to get him there. And since we've had other candidates also, which is unfortunate, they're greater civil discourse, I think, but that would be mine.
Reese, you looked at me, I sorry, man,
No, I just gone like.
We're both going to say our biggest.
It's about to go out the window, but that's it.
When I was both. Cabinet, that's why that was. And probably, I don't know, but both of them.
Well, I guess I'm kind of in your park. I don't know that there's anything that I have to think about. The one thing, I guess, I would say I wish had gone differently. I wish we had been able to be stronger in our membership recruitment, because this organization is so important to Western Colorado. It is the organization that has the conversations, they have the hard conversations, and there's so many organizations out there that are polarized and say, this is the way we're going to do something. And that's my one regret would be that I wasn't as successful recruiting somebody.
You know, we all come to this, but, because times do change. And so that's why they say in organizations, directors always leave the same way they arrived, fired with great enthusiasm. But that, we don't let before that happen. Yeah. That was inevitable, probably for everybody else. But I don't have regrets about love going.
Excellent. I would like to wrap up by saying, chair, I've gotten three months to be on the executive, to be on the board, to be a chair of what it is like to try to run an organization like this. Several diverse members. The term hurting the past didn't compel really compared to what we have to do sometimes. It doesn't quite describe it, but at the same time, I think all of the greatest things that one of the greatest things out of this relationships, the understanding and education of the building. But I know there are people who start getting active involved. Pretty much figured that Rachel was going to drag me out in the hallway at some point. And I think Rachel would agree with me now, we've come a long ways to friends. And it's because of this organization. I am deeply indebted to each of you for being here today. I think we could have done 5-hour panel. How much it is, but the work that you put into to run this organization, keep it at the level of time. We keep it going and really, we already choose that we know you're quite capable. Very confident what the work that you do.
Okay, all this, it's funny to have to preface, no, you don't blow. I'm from Fargo, North Dakota, and I say, no, we don't throw people in wood chips. You guys. And then one other note before we move on to our next speakers, we're extremely happy to have here. But Reeves, one thing that you were talking about was the leadership, younger generations in leadership. And that is something that is in the works. We're trying to see how that will all fit in our organization, what that looks like, but we're working. So thank you to our moderator and our panelists. I think Brad was right, you know, that could have been a 5-hour panel with the amount of knowledge and history that each of those individuals have. So we are certainly grateful for them spending some time with us. And I would like to now introduce two folks that certainly are no strangers to Colorado, transportation, Club 20, you name it, they've been there for it all. Ms. Kathy Hall and Bernie Beuscher.
Good morning. I'm Bernie Beuscher. Had the pleasure of serving somewhere between 4 and 6 years on the state transportation. And we have tonight say a few words about transportation. Kathy's been traveling, and I'm kind of scatterbrained anymore. So what you're gonna get today is a combination of some substance and a lot of anecdotes. And I kind of like to start by telling that when I got appointed to the Transportation Commission, I went to the Senate hearing, got confirmed that morning. I knew I needed to pick up my mother and drive her back to Grand Junction, so I picked up Mom, and we stopped in Summit County because commissioners are supposed to meet with their county commissioners every couple of months. And we stopped in Summit County, and it was a very challenging board of commissioners. And a fellow that I think has already been mentioned this morning by the name of Joe Sands launched into me with a full bore. And I hadn't even been on the commission for, 4 hours. Didn't know, did it? And then Marcia kind of launched into it. And I'm going, this is interesting. We get back in the car and start driving to Grand Junction. And get about 20 minutes down the road, looks at me and said, tell me again why you wanted to do this. That was kind of my introduction. But we had the former heads of Club 20. Well, perhaps a little sense of humor. I signed up for the Club 20 trip to Washington, D.C., and I got room with, of all people, Joe Sands. So Joe and I worked on trying to develop some ability to communicate. And one other person I tried to work communicated with was some reputation here in Clubland, Nick Theus. Well, Nick was engaging, funny, but also very strong-willed. We go that evening to a concert at the Lincoln Center. And I'm sitting next to Nick. And the first piece is Mozart, and Nick starts twitching. And I'm thinking, oh, this might not end very. And the second piece was Stravinsky's Flight of Spring, which is strident and challenging. And Nick is more than a little twitchy at this point. And then in a stage whisper that could be heard 30 feet in every direction, said, well, God damn, Bernie, if the folks back in me are here, I bet you I'll never be elected dog catcher. and folks more than child. And the conductor turned around it and looked at it. And I thought I could crawl out under the chairs. But I was fortunate in my years on the Transportation Commission. I served after two true giants, Jim Golden and Bill Cleary. And Bill served as a mentor for me in how to get things done on the commission. I also had the pleasure of serving with some extraordinary talented people. We heard mentioned earlier today, Jennifer Welch, Roger Craigcraft. There was a talented bunch at the commission, at CDOT. Bill DeGaulle was executive director, and Congressman here was helping the commission make a decision. And about 6 months down the road, contacted by the post office, and the entrance to Aspen is perhaps an issue that generations 3 removed from us will still be working. And I learned all kinds of new words from the concept of a meeting. I would go up to a convocation and I would go up to a soiree and, everything. But we could never quite get a consensus on how to deal with the, entrance to Adjourn. And, John Bennet, the former mayor of Adjourn, contacted me and said, Bernie, we're putting together a group to go to Switzerland to look at the way that they have dealt with topography like Adjourn, and we'd like you to go with us. And they want to build a wall with it. And Bill and I put our heads together and said, yeah, we can do it. It just doesn't look like Adjourn to be paying for us to go to Switzerland when you know, we're gonna be making decisions. So I called John Bennet back and I said, we can't go. And he called me back a week later and said, well, it's changed a little bit. The Aspen Institute is sponsoring the trip and they want to pay for it. Well, this is before the ethics and government thing. And Bill and I put our heads together and said, you know, we better go talk. So we go in, sit down with the governor, explained it, and he said, Bernie, either you go or I have to fire. What do you mean? He said, well, if you don't go, you're stupid, and I don't want stupid people working. We learned some things, and ultimately it was quite a good experience, but we still didn't get the African entrance. So, I think I'm going to stop there, Kathy. I told enough stories. I would say that we recognize that Club 20 was formed first and foremost for transportation. It's also had a twin goal of working on water. I think Club 20 is strong when it puts its shoulder to the wheel on those two issues. We have a unique opportunity to influence state policy on those two issues. And I hope that we will continue to focus. Kathy's going to talk a little bit about Glenwood Canyon and then the general morning answer to questions. Kathy?
Now, breaking another lot. So, if you, needless to say, or I hope you don't think I actually was here 7 years ago. And a lot of people in this room are saying, I'm not going to be here forever, but I really was here 7 years ago. But I have had the most wonderful last 8 years to represent this area for, can you hear me okay? Because it sounds really loud. Is it really loud? It's okay. Oh, it sounds loud. Be obnoxious. But anyway, so I've had this wonderful time of being able to serve on the Transportation Commission. And as Bernie talked about, it's very popular. I think it's really important that when they were, we've always had such wonderful leadership. We really have, and that's been so fortunate for all of us because we are on the other side and belonging from the area. And it's good to know that back when, you know, the different groups, modules, different counties, different cities would go together and say to the legislature, oh, we need this road here, we need this road there. Well, they would always say, people can't make up their mind what you want to do, so well, we're going to go build more on the range. So that's where the really smart people came together and said, okay, we're going to form one good big group then. And at the time, when I really was chairman of 20, one of the first things I did was sit down with Reeves and go to the committee to rewrite the bylaws. Nobody had touched the bylaws in all those years, and we wrote the bylaws. It was really interesting to know then you couldn't belong to club money unless you were in the Chamber of Commerce in your particular city, because it was all about your reputation as a Congress demand. But, so it's always been a great deal of leadership on the Western Slope that club money has been able to provide. But I thought I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the historical projects that have been really important that have been a part of Club 20. I started attending Club 20 meetings in 1886 and have tried to be very consistent with that. So I've sat in lots of meetings, and the particular issues that always came up in the resolutions or the ones that I'm talking about today. We have done a lot of two wonderful experts out there in the transportation world. And Michael and Kate and as well, because they both serve as the chief over what I say. I can tell to look at it right now. What is she tell it? So I'm not accurate. That's the shit they want you won't tell them. No, so good. So there were, like I said, there have been some really key projects, especially important to go in the back of those major transportation areas. And so one of the first ones I want to talk about is, I don't know how many of you have enjoyed the Glenwood Grand Avenue Bridge, you know. Well, that was something that was on the radar. Trying to get the funding for that Grand Avenue Bridge. So I barely got the commission. And oh my gosh, it was up to 20. And so I had to go on right there. Oh, see, I barely got a commission. I've already got funded. Glenwood, Grand Avenue Bridge already done. But that's one group I just really want to talk about, because it was the first example of when I really worked with CDOT. And the way CDOT and that community worked together was absolutely remarkable, because the Glenwood Canyon, you are cutting the city right in half. For kids who lived on one side of the river, you had to go to school on the other side, and it was a major project. It had to be worked with completely with everybody. And they had the construction company and the community work together so well. For example, they would have to bring kids in buses over and then get back to one part of Glenwood, and then pick up buses and take them out to school. It's such a major project. But if you look at that, it's just a beautiful, beautiful project. The next one I'm going to talk about really is the Glenwood Canyon, because Glenwood Canyon has been on everybody's radar screen recently, because we had lots of interesting things happen, like big rainfalls, which brought down huge boulders. But the interesting thing is, you know, that Glenwood Canyon is like the eighth wonder of the world. When that was started being discussed was in the early 60s. And then of course they first started talking about it. That's when John Denver, everybody knows Rocky Mountain, and John Denver was really fought it going through the Glenwood era in Glenwood. And because of his protests and many of his protests, is why it really ended up being this beautiful wonder that it is. Instead of being, you know, digging out too much rock and doing forward, we've done the elevator, which is really truly when it's built, people discussing this, the big wonder of the world. And it took a long time. It actually started the environmental indexing. Actually, was completed in 72. The construction started in 80, and then I think we remember they bought companies that, like a French company, to put in the beautiful green colors. I think that contract was signed in 86, I think, yeah. And then it was actually completed in 92. Yes, there's been lots of interesting things that's happening in Canada. Mike was responsible for that. There was getting gray hair because it was very difficult because of the things we had happened there. If you'll notice as you go through the garden, there's wonderful activity by CDOT in order to stop the waterfalls and to stop the rocks from coming down. But you know, you can't fight with Mother Nature. Mother Nature is always in charge. There's no doubt. As long as we're talking about that area, it's really fun to talk about Aspen in that entry, because I was up there last year when we did have the grand opening for the roundabout to finally get parking to asking and complaining, but not you asking for things in here. And that's been a long time, but I remember one time. Some negotiations in the big arguments, I could do a trade-off. I give them a project, here, we could leave the project there, so we did some trade-offs. It's fun, we can, you know, here's one that's still work to be done, but one. I think you all, and many of you come over Vale Pass, and I think you've noticed a lot of construction, there's a lot of wonderful construction for Vale Pass, which is always a hugely important area for us, and there's maybe a third housing lane going east down. There's gonna be additional truck parking, you'll notice they completely have redone the,
I think
completely redone the bike path, and it is quite a wonderful big bike path, and new truck parking and all kinds of things.
What do you want to say?
Then when you get into particular, CDOT projects, and then there's one for the western slope. Now, there's one project on the front range we talk about, because we do take a lot of money and pay for what we need to do out here. But the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, I don't know if anybody really thought, we go through them all the time, you realize facilities they are. But just so you know that they just celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Johnson Eisenhower tunnels. And to tell you the truth, up until this year, I don't think there's been really much work done to change anything in Arizona. This year, the commission approved $100 million for safety and to do the drainage and really improve the Eisenhower tunnel because it hasn't been off the test for a long time. And I think we'll bring a lot of you'll notice as you go back, you'll notice on the west side of the tunnel, this whole brand new building, and that new building is going to really improve the work and the ability to take care of the snow and all the traffic there. And in this new building, there's 4 days where they can consider if there's any kind of problems with the snow, they can repair those right there. So you have to take it to Denver, like we had to do for 2 years, and we repaired it. And we put in a benefits here, so the drivers, instead of having to go to the roads, they can get in there and rest and sleep a little bit. So that's going to be a huge advantage. Just to give you an idea, in the 50 years that has been built, 434,431,100 vehicles have gone through this. On an average day, there are 35,000 vehicles that go through that tunnel. On a good summer weekend, we have around 50,000 vehicles that go through those tunnels. Yes. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh my gosh, I don't really hear it. Okay. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, so maybe anybody have questions, we can stand outside and wait.
3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. Let me hit on the Highway 13 real quick, because that's one of the highways that's always been talked about a lot. Third club money was to try to get Highway 13 to a really strong resiliency. It's taken a number of years to get the kind of money we need to get it widened and to get shoulders, which is really important for safety. So it's almost completed to a really good condition. We'll put a jet out there to make it. This new construction right where the rifle is really tough, but it's going along. But the important thing is one of the things that CDOT is really focused on is we have a lot of highways out here in this resort that have a lot of vehicle animal crashes. And so on the Highway 13, there are 3 now animal crossings. Now, when we started, that was in 1919, or 2019, holy mackerel. In 2019, the very first animal crossing that we did was over Highway 9. And that was, it was a particularly emotional issue by one of the ranchers in that particular area, and landowners, ranchers. And they put up $10 million, and then, of course, the first time we did it, overpasses and underpasses for the underpasses. And I remember I was on the commission, I was sobbing, I'm like, oh, good grief, you really think that the deer and everything is gonna go through those passes? Well, guess what? The very first day, they had cameras and everything from rabbits to foxes to elk went through there. And so now we have put in quite a number. And that there are three, and how they achieve what you really help is maybe you realize up there this last year we had huge amount of animal care. Had a much more than I can talk about. One more quick thing in 1 minute, because for many years, CDOT had to subsidize grading. That was never successful and never proved to be successful. So while I was in the commission, we started the bus cane, which was very successful, which is now gone on to the snow stain, and started with the Pegasus, which is another way that people do the interesting thing, and the people who really sure we have the north-south route from Denver to Colorado Springs, and from Denver to Fort Collins, and then from Denver started out to Colorado Springs. From the very beginning, the west route was the most heavily used, and to this day, the west route is still used even twice as much as the north-south routes that we go through. Could talk for hours about transportation. It's been a real pleasure to be able to serve for 8 years. I'm sure I'm going out. But it's been a real pleasure. And I want to thank Brittany so much because we have a really big issue. I want to keep you all hands up. There is a great deal of mischief in the wind about transportation. The first salvo was trying to rewrite and re-establish the transportation plan. That's just the beginning. You watch, you need to all be very much in touch, because that we were able to stop that to some extent with a wonderful job. Cook County, Brittany did a wonderful job. And then Bart Kirkmeyer was able to get it 2 conference committees. That's only the beginning. Transportation is hugely important all this time. And there's more to come, and we need to be really on top of it, because we're going to have a very active legislative session. I don't know anything from that, just give me a minute. Thank you. We have to answer any questions.
We will take 5 minutes for any questions that you have for them, and they'll stick around for a little bit, maybe for some side conversation. Great walking around, so if you have any questions, just raise your hand.
Hi, Rachel Richards from Massachusetts County area, and thank you both so much for all your work in transportation. It's not easy constantly having to slice the baby in half when the baby's not big enough to get out to go around. So that is actually my question, and it might be a little more towards Kathy, because she's just finishing her term. But I participated in the past and followed 2 different blue ribbon commissions to identify how short is CDOT of money to really take care of the state of Colorado. There's been times when they said maintenance only, because we can't build anything new. We have to hold on to what we have. How short is CDOT now when we take a look going forward for our road needs and the current situation? I mean, what's an honest and great look? Because in the past, it was billions of dollars short for what we really need to do. Thank you.
Okay. Rachel, always great question. And that's a really good question. We have been so far behind. I don't think that we will ever be able to catch up to where the state would like us, where the drivers would like us. I don't think we'll ever get to that. We have been able to do a lot of really large projects because we bonded. We had some really good federal lands. When you get out into the Eastern Plains, I-70, the roads are really in tough conditions. One of the things I didn't have a chance to talk about, we did a lot of, in the last few years, we've done a lot of road works. There were roads that hadn't been touched since the 70s. We've done a lot of work. We've done a lot, but I don't think Rachel will ever get to the point of having enough money to take care of the roads like we'd like to be. One thing I'd like to do is all of us drive I-70, and people get very frustrated over potholes and things on I-70. Well, I want to remind all of you that we live on the western side of the Rocky Mountains, and we are demanding that trucks chain up, because if they don't chain up, that stop, they jackknife them. So with making the trucks chain up, that chews up the roads so much. And so then, of course, the water can seep in, and freezes and thaws, then we have very hot summers. So yes, we have potholes. We have, it just came in from Denver, and there's a lot of really new pavement going out. But there's one thing that's really hard to keep up with. We have very difficult geological areas to try to keep the roads free of potholes. But your question is, I don't think we'll ever do it.
I mean, there's a lot of aspects to your question. And I'm going to answer partly from my years on the joint budget. We 20 years ago, Senate Bill 1 produced robust funding. The way that a state budget and chamber have played out, inevitably transportation gets pitted against education and higher education. And they all have lost funding over the last 30 years. It seems to me the exacerbating that points out the geology which is challenging on this side. Not only the geology, but we have extremely hot temperatures in summer and extremely cold temperatures. That makes highway maintenance more expensive. And we're just behind the 8 ball, and we're falling farther and farther behind. I used to fall fairly regularly reports on road condition in Colorado, and you can look over from when A- to B+ to C to D, and unless we find some major fiscal fix, I don't see that in the way.
Thank you. This is Barrett Linky, Grand County. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate the work that you guys have done in transportation committee. So my question kind of tags off of what Rachel said. When we hear this budget convention, we're going to do things and so on. That's cool, but we don't do that either. And what I'm talking about is Berkeley Pass, for example, Highway 40. And in one day, our road bridge supervisor and saw 9 cars with flat tires in that 110-mile stretch because they get potholes. That's how bad it is. But what I'm asking for, how can we get the legislature, or the governor, whoever, to understand that spending a little bit of money up front to address the potholes, address the drainage, address the fixes, to maintain, that we could save millions of dollars to have to repay it, which would be emergency, use emergency money for funding this year, get a big celebration about it for something that we should have been doing anyway. How can we get people to understand that we need to get that maintenance budget up so we can take care of what we got? Thank you.
Okay, I am not on the commission anymore, so I can speak freely. I'm so, because I'm not on the commission anymore, I'm not looking at anybody that wants. So I'm going to be very straightforward. there is a tremendous amount of, there is more money going for many things other than repairing the roads. And until you can convince this legislature and this government that it's more important to keep roads working than it is to pay for charging stations or all those different things that are important. I don't remember ever paying for a filling station. So if we're going to have charging stations, and then they have to go in the private sector, there's money to be made, costs as much to charge a car as it does to pump gas. So we are spending money that needs to go on the maintenance of our roads, and it's going into other things that are not maintenance on roads. Not a commission, I'd be far more careful. But I'm not, but that's the truth of that issue. Has everybody, whatever your political background is, you need to encourage the fact that we have got to get good maintenance on these roads. The other things can come along, but you've got to have good maintenance, especially for Western Colorado, because it depends on when it comes to trucks, all the grocery stores getting. Then when we get that through, you've got to make sure that we get good maintenance on the roads. We may not be able to build it, but we've got to get maintenance on this road.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Kat. I think we've also created a number of incentives for damaging our roads. One of the ones that frustrated me is we approved heavier and heavier trucks and harder and harder tires. 20 years, and you can just see how much additional damage weight causes. Kathy will point out that like vehicles are more heavy than gas vehicles. That's a little bit of. We don't think there are
Fortunately, we are out of time and we have to be respectful to our next speaker who has cut off, but like Kathy said, she can be up in the hallway. So let's give them a round of applause. Well, if you want to. So next joining us, we have a special guest that is certainly very familiar with Club 20 and the work that we do. But prior to his current role, he served under a multitude of impressive titles. He worked as a geologist for Colorado and actually started the first brew club in Colorado as well. This speaker has held positions as Colorado's mayor, Colorado's governor, and now represents our beautiful state at the federal level as the United States Senator. Please welcome Senator John Hickenlooper to join us virtual on Zoom.
Can you guys hear me? Am I online? Well, close enough. I can't hear if you, I trust you can hear me.
And he keeps, okay, there he is.
1 second, Senator, we're getting you pulled up. He is. So we need to grab this. All right, you are good to go, sir.
All right, folks, I hope you can hear me. I appreciate it. Terrific. All right, thank you, Brittany, and everyone at Club 20 for giving me a little bit of your time. I'm not going to give a big, long speech. Obviously, as I've gone through my progression of public service from being a mayor to a governor, and now as a U.S. Senator, I see in a very clear light the strengths and weaknesses of our form of government. Certainly as a mayor and as a governor, I was frustrated repeatedly by the laws that would come out of Washington. And when you tried to implement them, there were often unintended consequences that were often not constructive. But also there was a real disconnect in terms of, having solutions that would really be relevant. So we've tried to focus over these last couple of years on things that were more relevant, certainly to Colorado. And Michael Bennet has been a great mentor. There's nothing better than having a mentor who's 10 years younger than you are. Anyway, I think together we're on completely different committees, and yet our staff work very closely together on their outreach in Colorado. If you can't get a hold of one of my staff, you can get a hold of one of his. If you can't get a hold of his person, hopefully you can get a hold of our person. And we've worked, I think, as closely together as any two senators from any state in this entire country. This one place this really played out was in the aridification. Some people still call it the drought, but the aridification of the southwestern United States. And it's not just in Colorado, obviously, it's the entire Colorado River Basin and large swathes of the Southwest, even beyond the river basin. In the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we were able to get significant resources towards addressing the issues around, how do we keep irrigating the land so that we can generate the vegetables and the produce and the alfalfa, all the things that we need for our economy. In the end, we had $300 million came down through the bipartisan infrastructure bill directly towards the Colorado River Basin. But when you actually look at the two bills together, there's $12 billion. This is one of the largest investments in water infrastructure in the history of the world, or certainly in the history of this country. I don't know what the Aswan Dam cost, but there might be something more expensive somewhere. I shouldn't have said that. But we do have resources that seemed unimaginable even 5 years ago. But at the same time, we're facing challenges that seemed unimaginable. And we had a very wet winter, for most of the summer, a good amount of precipitation. But I don't think any of us should be fooled into thinking that this is a drought that's going to just go away and we'll be back into the good old times. This clearly is a long-term trend, and I think we've got to plan for the worst. The $4 billion that came in the Inflation Reduction Act is specifically just for the Colorado Basin. I know a number of you in the room here have been a part of the deliberations between the upper basin and the lower basin. Colorado's never gotten its full allotment, and suddenly everyone's being asked to take less than what they're used to. Certainly we push back against that conceptual approach. The other thing is that the bipartisan infrastructure bill has about $8 billion, and that's for Western water. So it's not just for the Colorado River Basin. But given the magnitude of the problems, a significant amount of that is going to come into the Colorado River Basin. And we've been very successful, I think, at getting all the Western Rocky Mountain senators and California to sit down and negotiate this out. It's like many issues with the federal government, it's a question of carrots and sticks. And we've put a bunch of carrots out there. But again, if Arizona and California can't work out a deal and find some compromise in terms of their competing claims, that carrot's going to go away. And these are pretty large carrots that benefit the entire basin. And I think so far, the results from Arizona and California have been very encouraging. So I think that's just a couple of years ago, we were being asked to take 2 to 4 cuts of 2 to 4 million acre feet. As we deliberate and figure out how to do that, California and Arizona are going to be where the majority of those solutions come from. Broadband, again, in the bipartisan infrastructure law, There was $65 billion for broadband. We're going to make sure that we get to every farm and every ranch. I'm not sure we're not going to get fiber everywhere, but between satellites and repeating stations and 5G, we'll make sure people have high speed up and down. And Governor Polis has been a great partner on this. He's expanded the state's push on this in a lot of different ways. And I think that's something that we can hold ourselves accountable for in the next 5 years, is to make sure that this gets implemented properly. Also, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is looking at a lot of how do we fund community college, workforce training, education, as we look at this great transition into a new energy economy. Obviously, I was just out in Craig and Hayden and Steamboat, and looking at what's that going to look like, and how do we make sure that the new jobs pay as well as the old jobs, and that we have the training so people can get those skills. Every time I see more evidence of climate change, this extreme weather, the wildfires, the hurricanes, we realize we have to address it, and it's expensive. It's going to cost money and resources, and we're all going to have to work on this together to make the decisions around what are the priorities. How do we approach this in the best way possible? And that's a big part of my approach to this is there's no business plan. There's no single place, not in the Department of Energy, not in the Department of Commerce, not in the Department of Agriculture. There's nobody who's got a business plan on how to address climate change. I think that's really what we need. We need to find a way to map out what the expectations are, where we think we're going to find the most cost-effective addresses or cost-effective means to address climate change, and still make sure that people can get the energy they've always expected, which is to say reliable and cost-effective, inexpensive, but at the same time, it's got to be a lot cleaner. And that's been the problem. So I won't keep talking. I'd much rather answer your questions and see what it is, what your questions are, and we can go from there.
Thank you, Senator. So he does have our cutoff in about 10 minutes, so we want to make sure that we get some questions in before that. So if you have any, please raise your hand and we'll bring the mic over to you. And please introduce yourself as you speak.
Senator Hickenlooper, thank you for being with us today. I'm Deborah Urban. I'm from Breckenridge, Colorado, Board of Directors for Club 20, and I've been a member about 15 years. When you were governor, you were very involved with Club 20. You participated quite a bit. Would you please give us your opinion, if you would, as to why Governor Polis is not as positively responsive to us as you would?
I can't answer that. It's not a good habit to start, speaking for other elected officials when they're not there. When I was out in Craig and Steamboat, I think it was 10 days ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, I did hear several complaints like that, and it's on my list. I was in Washington this week, and I'll be in Washington next week and the week after that. But on one of these weekends, I'll try and find some time to get together with Governor Polis and just talk about it. One of the things he's done that hasn't gotten widely publicized is he's hiring, he's going to start with 12, but I think he's going to try and get to 16 advocates. And these will be people that work for the state of Colorado, but their job is to go into some of these large bills that got passed in the last 18 months, like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, like the Inflation Reduction Act, to look at those bills and say, all right, where are the grants that some of the smaller communities in Colorado can get? And clearly this is an effort, having 12 or 16 advocates working for the smaller communities. That's something that's going to directly benefit Club 20 in a big way. But he hasn't gone out, and I don't think he's sold that, and certainly hasn't made sure that people know about it, so that all the communities in the I guess it was 22 counties are now in Club So I should call it Club 22. But anyway, that we can make sure that everyone in Club 20 in that whole area knows that this is going on, that the state has resources dedicated to helping make sure that we get our share of federal money. Historically, states the size of Colorado, let's say, under 8 million people, we historically don't have the size or the resources to hire full-time staffs to go out and search out those little obscure grants that get buried in all these spending bills. I think what Governor Polis is doing, and I think it's spot on, is taking some of the money that came to the state through the COVID funding, and say, all right, we're going to use that to make sure we get our fair share of the other spending that came down after the COVID resources. Does that make sense? But I will talk to him.
Hello, Senator Wendell Coates from Delta County. Good to see you again. My question is regarding federal permitting processes. We all know that the permitting for transmission lines, and other things take decades, if not generations to do. What can you and our other federal representatives do to clear up our permitting processes so that we don't take 10 years to permit a new transmission?
Sure, and that's something we've been working on directly in my office in Washington. We have a bill called the Big Wires Act that looks at specifically transmission lines, but you're right that this is affects all kinds of ways that we want to be able to move more quickly if we're really going to address climate change. And this is a hard issue for a lot of people, because a lot of these extended processes came into place because people didn't want to see transmission lines across their ranch, or there was no good place to put it. And yet at the same time, nobody wants to see climate change. And now you have these two competing interests. And I think that, addressing climate change is going to have to win out. We're going to have to move faster. I think that this whole history we have of not in my backyard, we have to rethink that. And I think environmentalists have to rethink that. Hunters, anglers, ranchers, we've all got to look at how do we move more rapidly and talk to each other and figure out what is the right approach. But once we figure out that right approach as a community, how can we move rapidly? And clearly, I think, the Endangered Species Act was put in place. It was bipartisan and got almost 100 votes in the Senate. It was widely accepted because it's as we wipe out more species, and even if it's just a little fish, it's a reflection of the pollution and the harm we're doing to the environment. And so we need to protect the Environmental Protection Agent, or the environmental, all the legal resources around the EPA, and making sure that the endangered species are properly protected. But we've got to do that process faster. And I think that's going to be, it's taking a long time, because both sides of the argument are very resistant to change. And yet, if we spend 10 years to site transmission lines, or we're trying to get green hydrogen from one place to the next, and we can't get a pipeline built, this becomes a real problem in terms of our ability to respond to climate change. A serious problem. And the costs are just going to go up. The costs from wildfires and sea level rising and these extreme weather events, it's going to get more and more costly if we don't begin addressing it now at a much faster rate.
Senator Diane Schwenke from Grand Junction. I want to thank you first and foremost for signing on the letter to the IRS on our paper refunds. I just have a quick question in terms of whether or not there's an update on that. But the other question I have is, one of the big issues that we all have in the Club 20 area has to do with housing and housing affordability. And what are you seeing at the federal level to address that?
So in terms of the TABOR refunds, I think we're going to win that battle just because it's a relatively small amount of money. And we've got the whole congressional delegation united. And I think it's important that we look at some of these things. Space Command is another good example. Space Command helped bring the entire state of Colorado together and to recognize what aerospace means to Colorado. And one of the things, I've had several discussions with large aerospace companies about how do they get more subsidiaries, more supporting companies out on the West Slope or out on the Eastern Plains. How do we get the aerospace economy more widely distributed? And there's one executive from a large aerospace company that primarily operates down in Colorado Springs, but they were talking to me about, well, how would we go about, trying to work if we wanted to open an office or have a supplier located in Grand Junction? What would that look like? And I said you'd be greeted with open arms. So I think the unity that we got from Space Command is something we're also going to get for this Tabor refund. And that, unification, when you're unified in a democracy, that's when really good things happen. And what was the second question now? I got a barking dog behind me that distracted me.
Hopefully you can hear me. I passed that to Mike. Housing affordability.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah. So housing, again, totally bipartisan. Everyone recognizes that we've got to address this in much more aggressive ways. We can't just keep it's something that doesn't just affect the big cities, it affects everyone. So I think we're going to see a lot more affordable housing tax credits. We looked at some of the nonprofits that are operating and doing. There's a project in Rifle I toured a couple of weeks ago that was really impressive. Jimmy Carter started Habitat for Humanity. Oh my gosh, it's got to be 40 or 50 years ago. And here they are building these projects to make sure that our firefighters, our school teachers, our police officers can afford to live in the community they serve. Obviously, that's a big part of this affordability, and you see that even in the Club 20 parts that aren't anywhere near a resort. The housing is it's a cascade effect. The housing has become more and more expensive up and down the line. But we're on it. I mean, I think that's something we can really address in the next few years.
Senator, I know you have a time crunch. Is there time for one more question?
Sure, of course.
Then we'll do one more.
Hello, Senator Bonnie Peterson from Mason County. Thank you for joining us today. Well, it's more a comment than a question, but we were just in Craig 2 weeks ago about the time we were. I had the Colorado Space Business Roundtable doing a road trip up there to look at the Trapper Mine facility and the power plant facility up there. And you may or may not be aware of the fact that those, particularly the Trapper facilities, even though it's on private land, permit says that all those facilities have to take away once the mining stops. But they are fabulous facilities. And so we wanted to make the aerospace industry aware of these great facilities that are available, because we believe we can get the permit modified to leave those there. They have their own water plant there. They have their own 69 kV electric line there. It's really a great facility. And so we're advocating that those aerospace companies take a look at that, because some of them have things that are related to munitions and that sort of thing that they can do, and this is a perfect site for that. So I would just ask, as you're talking with them, to ask them to look at this Trapper Craig. There's a brochure about that. I will get a brochure emailed to you about the Trapper industrial site, and anything you can do to encourage those companies to look at Northwest Colorado. That's where we'll get the jobs that are more comfortable with what we'll use. And that's how we keep Craig and Northwest Colorado.
Thanks, Bonnie, and thanks for the question. And I was briefed while I was out there and knew that you guys were having those meetings. I saw the brochure literature about how much infrastructure is there and why it shouldn't be removed. So I think we can address all that. And it's interesting, the aerospace industry is largely dependent. It's a combination of private, serving the private sector at the same time it's also serving government. But there's enough government in there that it's funny, if I call whoever, little companies, I call 2 or 3 small providers, or whether I call Lockheed Martin or Sierra Nevada, I get a call back. And I think what you're describing, Trapper's an excellent example, that we can make that a win-win. I bet we can find this is the kind of thing where with Governor Polis's advocates helping us, find unique pools of money that may only be $5 or $10 million, but that's the kind of money that can go a long way in making a transition like that more attractive to a private sector partner. I'm optimistic that we haven't. When I got back from that trip out to Hayden and Craig and Steamboat, and got our staff kind of excited about it, I have not had a chance to sit down with them this past week, but I will make it a priority this coming week. And it's one of these things where this is the moment. It feels like it's far away, but this is happening, between Tri-State and XL and these shutdowns, whether it's 2027 or 2030, that's just around the corner. So we need to be doing the work to find the resources and make the connections and find who's going to take best advantage of that infrastructure and get them going on it. Immediately. So, Bonnie, why don't I make sure one of our staff connects with you, and that we can create a more continuous dialogue on this and see where exactly we can be most useful. I think it's a great idea, and you guys are going to come up with the best ideas of how to help the West Slope. Our job is to make sure that you have every possible resource and all the possible support that those good ideas get done. Good ideas, as a friend of mine said in college, good ideas are a dime a dozen, but what matters is getting them done. And that's the kind of idea that I think we should be able to get done. We have to be able to get it done. You bet.
So let's give the Senator one more.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you all. I appreciate the time, and I wish I told my staff next year I have to be there in person, because it's a lot easier to answer questions and feel the relationship when you're in person. So anyway, thanks very much. Have a great meeting, and we'll stay in touch.
All right, thank you. Next, I would like to bring up onto our stage Mr. John Swartout, perhaps one of Colorado's most knowledgeable individuals in what's happening in our communities. He served as executive director of Colorado County for a couple of years, starting in 2019, and has since just recently done his due diligence and has retired. So that is great. So we are grateful for him to join us today, even though he is no longer with CTI. Maybe it means he'll be taking Kathy Hall's approach, no longer on the books, so to say, which could be helpful. But we would love to welcome him to the stage to kind of talk about what rural Colorado should be seen and what can be expected in the future. John Swartout.
It's a great honor to be here. And I was reminded during the panel discussion, if I really think of it, it works for everyone. My role over the years and jobs, Senator Leonard, and Governor
You just try it.
You should. And Brittany's asked me to keep them updated and discuss issues on land use, goals, and impact of those things on roll call. What?
The easy stuff.
The easy stuff. But I can't tell you, this one, can't tell you, this work is difficult, the reason is always work to reason people don't people read. Kristen, I really felt like I was their voice in who they represented. That meant everything to me because the work's difficult and you have to have a reason to do it. My mission was always amplifying stories and stuff. So we didn't just send them the kind of who, became rural versus urban. One of the things that we find in the data is this polarization, and it's not worse. Rural versus urban, front range versus slow, environmentalists, ranchers, and on and on and on. And the problem with the structure itself, which produces behavior, is it's adversarial. And when people don't listen, and as we watched over the years, I live on the front range, and I'm ready to move. There's not everything with millions of people moving in, no understanding tolerance, history. It's tough, and we're not doing a good job at educating. And the political power has been shifted now. What are the goals? Some rooms are safe. They can literally spend more time on the country. How the congressional district is less than 5 miles from 925. I mean, those seats now, we used to have a less slow congressional seat. And we still do in a way, but not quite it used to be. And the tendency in that structure is for the people with the political power to tell solutions on people without needing. And I'm Republican Democrats around. It's just the way of power from British. And so on all these issues that we can talk about, land use and housing, reintroduction of energy, climate change, transportation. My biggest concern in the last number of years is bipartisan in our lives, which is quite funny that we're not candidates. We always have been a direct candidate to that, but people are only too happy to impose their solution. They decide the what and the how. And then they say, we're going to have a stakeholder process. Why bother? Why bother? You've already decided what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Stakeholder is just like, placating. It's not real. And so, and their strategy is the same. Intimidate, create fear, find off the loan, divide those groups that exist. Did that, CPI, do that, point. And so, I'll give you an example. Last year, we were opposing the bill. There was an unfunded mandate coming in the bylaws and CPI, the whole program. There was no unfunded mandates. You want us to do something. Counties are not in the state. You want us to do something, pay for it. That's one of our common principles. And so the legislature was not funded to do the bill. I said, well, I'm sorry, but we're going to do your bill. And they look at me and they say, well, that's enough. And I thought, well, this is good. And I was understanding Andrew's housing bill. We worked with all the other local government organizations, including Club 20. And the process itself, again, they already decided the what, and the how, so when we started meeting, the what, really anything you want. And so they put forward a bill that, in large part, this is my opinion. The obstacle is doing the housing. If we just bring a state veto over that local land use authority, everything will be okay. And we disagreed, and I think membership at CDOT was pretty united that something better was possible. You know, remind, the folks in the room, a lot of the elected folks, the government, the contract was set because of the and Larry Hickenlooper was at DOLA, and 40 years across the state of smart road, what they call smart road, no, it's smart. Where they got the bottom of feedback. People talk about MD this and MD that, but the reality of it is, if you don't talk to them, you don't engage with them, then, and you just bypass them before you try to force a solution on people. That's it. It's like a law of physics. You can use force, you get resistance with the same amount. And so we went through the process, we adapted it in the Senate to something that we thought was good. You know, it was kind of, people realize there's a problem with affordable housing. The problem that teachers, firemen and women, women can't live in the community. That needs to change. We're in agreement. We're not in agreement. We want to help. We want to actually produce affordable housing. We want to actually produce affordable housing for people who are looking to stay in those communities. And so we look together as a board and put together a comfortable. And then, they ended up killing the bill because we got it. And it still needed a lot of work. A lot of stakeholders, we got it, and they decided to, at the end of the day, they decided to throw it on the bill. Because they didn't like our approach. Well, and likely come back this next year, we can say no. They don't work with anything. I mean, it's a little bit frustrating. What I will tell you is, what's at stake really is the basic form of law, because local governments are still the one place that you can go and talk to elected officials, petition your elected official, influence the outcome. And local governments vary across the state. But they all do one thing really well, which is listen to people that talk to them. They get questions. And they get the point that that went against it. I mean, they are accountable. And so we're really going to pull that accountability from local and get it to the state. I don't know how many do that through state processes recently, or even federal, but I never really feel like I have a seat at the table. So we can't take their seat at the table. What can we do? How can we manage that? And we have good ideas. Because going to the community, find out what mechanism is based on, and say, look, your decision maker is going to be forced into a decision one way or another on this. What's your guidance? Give us your guidance, and you'll get a lot of, whack. But as county commissioner and mayor, that's what you sign up for. You don't get to not go someplace because you're not with people that are going over your meeting. You just don't have to go. And it's one of the things that's so valuable. And switching from roles for a second, I think CPW did a really good job on concepts. I think that the fear is in, what happens now. This was a ballot initiative, which is ludicrous to be wildlife policy, but certainly not the right approach, but it passed. And CPW did, I think, a decent job. Question is, what process actually do this? Frankly, I said early on, my concern is the circus. going on in this process. What actually happened? We have built, so I'm worried. We spent a good, I spent my career working in food relations. And I think for large degree, 8 times, we built trucks. And when I started in this work, it was really adversarial. Anyone who wants to see depending on the property, count, days out, for example, or anything else, we really built a bunch. And my fear is, what happens when our county sheriff has to enforce something? We've already heard from you. What happens protecting the relationship? What happens to the relationship? And you know, when can't emphasize anything, but safe jobs, anything else that you work on. Or when because they can say, as they said 25 years ago, hey, this is my problem. They're not welcome to CPW, not my problem. They're not welcome. And you see the facts, I think you can't come in. You see my father, now there's a confident. That's why we started that business. We brought California. That was the starting of that. And it was based on trust. What we did was based on trust. And the first pioneers that did conservation work on properties, some in Southeast Colorado got death threats from other people who didn't want to work in Florida. And so, what can we do to protect that relationship? Is still and foremost in my mind, most important. I'm going to take a little bit of personal emotions here, and I wanted to talk for a minute about social. I think regain my strength. Work with with Roller and the President and other part of the pioneers he did very well. And the Roller's recognition that those of them during that time, we did some people Grace and Free and 93 and not that. But it was very adversarial. And 420 and Roy Roman got together and they put together something on species conservation that was really innovative. And that was the idea that the state was develop robust science, CPW elsewhere, forming their agencies working with landowners and conservation efforts in farm land. As well as, you know, the balancing them, specifically balancing that with these global trends. I mean, it was an ancient, and some unintended consequences of that great work were the establishment of great outdoor parks. That was a big investment money, additional money. I mean, the money we used for cost was a big part of that investment, a big part of that greatest class. And also what came out of it was Black Canyon, the Buttons National Park, Sandy National Park, and other collaborative protective things that produced really big results. And I was fortunate enough to participate in that with Centennial and the own government country. So much was accomplished loudly by partisan little urban way to change our state and keep it special. But the basis of this whole thing was a consciousness. And the consciousness was, let's stay out of the adversarial structure, let's stay out of this dual either or, right? There's so much between those two things that it's And it's the passion that Club 20 has to explore, discover, build relationships, trust, even people who they get involved with. I love it really well, but, right? And it was based on the movement. And can't emphasize it. Government when, state when, people in the state when, creative model, model, how to do it. It's different. And it seems like today, the model so many people that adopted the win walks, and Club 20 is the protector of the win-win solution. And I know it's it, but so many of you put so much in your lives, some of those kind of things. Well, I should say I have work for them because I have done my role is work for them. But I remember Bonnie Peterson fought the anvil points by for how many money you started working on it in Club 20, you know, and that was a FEMA where they withheld money from local governments in millions of dollars. And didn't end up costing them. So the federal government wouldn't give us the money. And Bonnie was an agent, one thing about that. He never gives up, and whatever worldwide is in Bonnie was like, we need to do something like this. Get them wrong, get them part of the Department of Interior. She battled every Secretary of Interior endlessly until she found a way to actually finalize it to get done. Working with Reed Sherman, transportation, the first round of Governor Owens transportation bills. What was it? Making sure that transportation bill is gone, state his whole first term on it, included the last stuff with specific projects called that. And I can't say enough about Christian Reese. She was my buddy on so many things. Safe House in particular.
That was
great. I was doing work with Safe House. So it's something that we want to get. And then we work out the deal with the improvement. And can go on and on, but government Safe House, the commission's not. Landowners, Boebert and Brent Peterson, given up their lives to try to find a positive solution to that. That's what Club 20 is. That's the people who make it up. They're special. They're different. They're a lot different than the people tell you that. And the last thing I want to mention is I know Weiser was on the video conference this morning. I have a lot of respect for Seattle. We did the opioid settlement, and now that there are people in this room, Sue Hanson, Janet Rowland, and Ray Beck before he retired, spent a lot of time saying, look, especially in the rural poverty, the damage done by opioid abuse companies really impacted our community. And that's a statistic. When you're in a rural community and it's doing up with opioids, that affects the whole community. And your voice is that within my negotiated with our house in 6 months to make sure that rural people got money because waiting to sell on usually work. If it all goes to the front end, it all goes to the big television Denver. And they wanted to make sure that didn't happen. And we spent 6 months on it before we earned it. So I and we made sure that money is going on the ground where it should go. The people that are hurt by it, including especially rural Colorado. And I bring that up because after 70 years it's like we need a rededication and understanding of what value is working. It's incredible. I have worked in so many different capacities in different organizations. I think it's really fun to remember. Even in the
time polarization, even in the time being the, a growing insensitive from the value you bring. And one of the things I believe try to struggle to speak with one voice to Denver and Washington. And I'm just encouraging you, even though it's difficult, even though we have political people who try to advise against each other, I'm legitimate, frankly, because we have disagreements amongst ourselves. But don't cave in to separation and things. This is too important for you to do that. And security, don't leave it to the politicians. You can do it. It's within your power to do this. Though your differences are real. I mentioned a few of counties of 20 that very dependent on mineral resource development that we vitally need as a state. You have counties that have now shifted to recreational. And that's fine too. And you have counties like Jonathan and have both. And help each other. And I know that we've had issues like the Core Act and other conservation efforts, and don't dismiss your different views. I mean, it's part of your strength. Don't dismiss them. Help each other. Help each other work through these things. I mean, one of the interesting things that before I has in past, because it's not bipartisan. Every, whether it was Sanders, whether it was Black Canyon Donaldson, whether it was James P. Wilderness, Spanish P. Wilderness, the hallmark of those things is they were bipartisan. And in Washington, D.C., one of the few things they sell right at the man, if you got to bring it is that you bring more in the bipartisan way. So work with each other. Work with those kinds that have a vision of coming to this, but also look at guys that have a vision of how what to this state and time. We work together, compromise with each other. That's what we've always done. And just don't fall into partisanship. Don't take the bait. There are a bunch of politicians out there on perceive that. I really don't think they can work very well. Don't fall for it. There's an old joke about waiting for the next one. The next one kind of like waiting for the Savior. The Savior is coming to punish my opponent. No, coming to purify your opponent. And that's kind of remember to do that. What you're doing. And then if you look at like quantum physics and changes matter and energy. And what is the hallmark of this organization? Knowledge and stability and energy brought to really difficult issues. It's the hallmark of this organization. Your payments to and what we need to see more of in the times that we live. If you think about it, you think about the odds that people face in their careers, for example, they're working with somebody and other people. They want to know you want. They want to know you want. Yeah. What they get is maintaining energy. They want to like and believe and so the upbringing to believe in the concept of the goal of the and what that means in the end what it's meant to work. They want because of the energy that we brought to it. I just repeat, you have your diversity is concerned. Look out your own differences in the album. And then that collective energy that we brought with us, they kept me doing this stuff for so long because it's just so proud to work with people like you. That matters. And this country, this state needs that more than ever. And there are people out there that even in the legislative body that have great courage, have great courage. You know, you don't want to go through the whole list. You know, leave someone there. But the president is what you always try to do. They're in front of mine. And then on both sides, and you care very deeply about this today. And I just want to leave you with one last. This model that Greg Olson was doing, conservation all over years now, and democracy they built on over the years of when they work. And they work because they understand the balanced nation, national process, and they provide durable solutions. None of this, yeah, I'm gonna get one up on you, right? And I'm gonna feel really good about getting one up on you. These things that you're about, they need to their work, you know, fighting and talking, working with something for this reason, it's working. And I just can't, there's so much love in my heart for the people that I worked with and for, and you're very sad. Don't lose that. Reinvigorated. You're the light in the dark. But you're the light. Take on each other. You're not people that you know.
So John, that's great that don't have to, but I do have. And so, you know, we're happy for you. You're retiring. We're happy for you. We celebrate that. We celebrate with you. You know, one of the smartest things that the governor did, now Senator Hickenlooper, was he hired you. So whether that's working for the governor, being the director of CDOT, you know, you have a special gift that you take to children. And that's going to be hard to replace. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. We do have a couple questions for you. So thank you, Tom.
John, it's been a pleasure working with you. Will you please run her down?
Second that motion.
John, one of them organizations that are not I'm still helping my safe routes, and I'm gonna stay in, just in the news about one minute, wife of 32 years who put out in college and service on some more balanced home. So, but I'm not done.
John, thank you for your leadership. You have been a stalwart for many, many years. I wanted to jump in here before Gunnison County, Ralph, Mason, Montrose says Delta County will be sending you a premium moving package. My question, John, is we talk a lot about a rural urban divide on this side of the mountains. Do they talk about it on the other side? And if so, how do we reach out to meet them?
Yeah, they do, and there are specific people that in my organization, CDOT, now Senator Byron Puffin, you know, and the cause advocates coming out of town. Byron worked with all the counterparts to get a letter from every county in the state of Boebert And but Byron also worked with our communities in our counties in our state that have justice days, and he worked on issues that the people don't have because it was a problem. The people help him and he doesn't help them. Where that came to fruition was on the transportation bill where we had urban county commission on CDOT from Adams County making the case for a transportation package on the local roads. That's what every chance we got to build a bridge in a relationship, and that's the value of CTI and frankly the value of the top 20 is having relationships with people you don't agree with. Right? But the one thing you bring in important of those communities, people have. So the solution is always, and that's just building relationships, especially with people who don't agree. Environment is different. And I have other members like Marvel Rosen, he did more for CCI than the president and building bridges between people. So that, it's bringing light to darkness, and it doesn't look good, it's so polarized, but people that have it in their hearts, one person.
Working? Yeah. So thank you, Barrett and Keith, Grand County. As you all, some people are in know, I spent a lot of technical work for developing the wall. There's a ton of hours there. But what you said today really triggered something I think is really the crux of the ongoing problems. What happens when the wolves are on the ground? And what I'm referring to is seemed like it kept popping up many times. Some when I testified in front of committees at the Capitol on the wolf bill, the NJ bill, but CPW personnel, the boots on the ground personnel, are getting mixed messages. And I think as a result of that, it eroded the trust that, as you mentioned, is critical to this, and that's the buy-in of the landowners. And I think you mentioned it, is if you don't have the support, buy-in of the landowners, they're gonna have to deal with this problem. We got bigger issues. So what could we do? What could Club 20 do to help clear up that mixed messages that CPW is getting and help to rebuild that trust between landowners and CPW personnel? What can we do to help?
Yeah, that's very important. And I'll have to say that when I have Jeff Mousa, and good friend Fred John, our county office, Stephen on the CPW on that. That started so long ago, including this where they were there was a lot of good people at CPW. So really governors come down and they all interfere with one way or another with political decisions and the process that stays in some other people. Government policies and all. I think grace. Show these people grace. And I know that that is not the work we've been able to do almost 20 years back then. And yeah, there's the fear that, the end of the process, the recommendations of CPW, even being out and wiped out by an executive level decision. That's it. But we just keep on the job with county during the policy. And playing relationship with landowners. And that's where the heavy lift is to increase outcomes, the quality time. The problem in the endangered species act, going all the way back to 1973 was, there was a debate, a great time about whether you list the prisons and list the habitat. Or the people that wanted the habitat listed
And not to say there's a loss, no, people thought like, you have this cute little critter, you know, the public will identify with it. But they've been, by now, it's been sitting on the end, they should be lost. And so in that adversarial structure, the one thing that's paramount is, are the people doing the work? You can't do anything. Well, it's on trust. And here's the thing. If you do that trust, we're not talking about a temporary impact. We're talking about the general thing. We don't have a memory, like the generation. That man will never forget they remind, or they didn't keep your word. They'll never forget it. And then your kids will grow up hearing about it. And then it's all the rest of the generation. And so they have to just show each other a lot of grace and have to emphasize it again. Or we've got a new person from the governor's office. That's what we've been emphasizing. This is what we lost. And the time we together is the biggest fear. Is that we lose the population of the land. Okay, it's listed on the Indigenous Species Act, right? It's like taking someone to the emergency room, then everyone walking away. What do you do that? Like, you gotta do habitat, you gotta work with land, you have the ability. And they should make money on mitigation and the other things. That's the next step. We have conservation business. They work in Benton and other places where they do this, but the reality is we need a new tool that compensates land and doing things on their farm. I mean, I always laugh and praise it, but you know, the cows go in the high country on federal, there's some, and then they come back to the bottom and for the ranches and winter. The wildlife does the same thing. I live one of those landowners, what's the whole wildlife for? Forever. Like they're just an essential part of everything we do. That's to spell out every time, acknowledging that we can't, that's one thing we can.
We'll have about 5 minutes for questions.
Thanks for all your work with Club 20. What do you see as, what does Club 20 need to be prepared for? What do you see as emerging rural Colorado? We begin now to build those bridges, prepare for it. So we have a constructive response, relationship to deal with that issue.
That's a good question, and one that you've been answering for a long time. You know, you're looking back on how important water is. Was fortunate to be that and then people some point we'll have to decide how price and my thought is that there's no point because the good water flows toward money. All kinds of people in California and all of them in California, they've gotten away with things that no other state has gotten away with because and so what can we do is just keep advocating for yourself. On the other issues, land isn't housing, it's a one. Nice rates on the state. Communities, but start preparing to advocate for how important this voice is.
We've got, working right as other communities have, and one of the things the Raffle County has been an amazing work on workforce housing. Their community, but they haven't gotten developers on the double even after they've approved all of that and everything else. I think telling the story. I think that always is the most effective. Yeah, I always said I vote something. They don't want to, they want to see these kind of things there. And go there prepared to tell your story. And what life is, and you know, learn how to money. The behavioral health, diction, those issues. To go in and tell the story. Tell your story. There's a growing number of people in the Colorado legislature, even those Rachel Bennet, Shannon Bird, that, you know, count on you telling your story. Tell your story about your community. And that's still the most effective thing you can do for their community.
But on Harry? Can you?
Yes, no?
We'll give it to him this time.
Okay.
John, thanks for being here. Our honeymoon's over. Love playing with you. There's the work bill come by, and I heard two things this morning. First of all, I'm a big fan of Paul Ray, grants. We're moving here. We're not moving. And that's the change that's going on in the West. And right now, the kumbaya doesn't seem to be working. And so be it. But my question is I heard two things that resonated with me this morning. Christian, first of all, our latest it's in tune with, and it's not like it used to. It's not the Reeves days, it's not the Greg Walter days, it's not like there's a new day and age of it. And we're not going to get anywhere if we don't do what Greg Walter did. If we don't once in a while take a fight, we're going to end up negotiating some weak. I think right now, Western Slope is a transition where we need to find our strength. We need to progress also strength. We're not going to get it done if we continue to kumbaya everybody.
Yeah, Harry, I don't disagree with that. You know, I certainly think my fights here and I think in the time, well, you can pick those fights and you work out on different things. Less extreme. Needs a different community. And formulating that, resolving your own differences, not leaving put you in a position to pick the most response. That's kind of what I'm advocating. Government knows things about you yourself. Don't believe it to our senators, don't believe it to the government, don't believe it to the do it yourself. They're always want to learn and self-evident. It's self-evident that if you do that, you create power. And power is the antidote to force. You have the state wants the force, unvoted mandates, force all these things around the country. You generate the power that comes from reunification. And speaking with one voice, you win. And then you get fights that are used. But the key to the whole thing is win-win. Right? That's not good on that. That means that you create a win-win situation instead of a win-loss. Today's world is
can't even watch television anymore. I scored a point. Give each other a reason. Except how partisan. That's it. You might have got some guttural response. What difference did you make? What exists today because of your effort? And my point is, there's so much that exists because of the effort of forming the state that makes it one of the best states in the country. And other organizations. And so pick a fight. But pick them when you have resolved your own differences first. Because that's the key, and that's what we've always done wrong. And that's what changes. Because otherwise we're just like two trains colliding. And the one with the most force and most momentum smashing the other. That's what we want to take. Don't go there.
Well, I think we can certainly agree that John has a wealth of knowledge, and we are just so grateful that he's able to spend some time today. Let's give him one last one. The next following the theme of Western Horizon, Colorado, is our very own Western Sloper, Speaker of the House for the 2023 General Assembly, Representative Julie McCluskie, who is gracious enough to take some time out of her vacation to join us today virtually. I'm sure it was a very well-deserved vacation, and we're just so grateful that even when you're on vacation, you're willing to spend some time with us. So let's welcome this.
Oops, can you hear me, everyone? Hello.
1 second, speaker. All right, I think we can hear you now.
Wonderful. Hello, Club 20. I am so sorry that I can't be there with you today. I am in Utah at a conference of speakers of the states. There are almost 30 of us here talking about what's going on in each of our House of Representatives, learning from each other, and I'm hoping to steal a very few good ideas to bring back to Colorado. I want to speak for just a moment and then happy to take a few questions. This last session was historic in many ways. More than 600 pieces of legislation introduced in the General Assembly, 484 of those passed out of the Senate and the House, 470 bills signed into law by our governor. I'm very pleased with the amount of work that we continued this session, particularly on the affordability front, whether that was working towards improvements in some of the recent affordable housing legislation we've passed, making that legislation more accessible, particularly in rural parts of our state, whether it was addressing some of the challenges we've seen in some of our rural resort communities, and also on the fronts of healthcare and childcare, making sure that we are doing all we can to support our working families in being able to live in the communities where they work. I'm particularly pleased that as a Western Sloper, I was able to bring a focus on some of the challenges that are unique to us on our side of the state, whether that be our work around water, our priorities around water, both on the Colorado River Drought Task Force, but also with our significant investments in this year's water plan and water projects. Pleased with what we've been able to do down in Denver for the entire state on the waterfront, but also knowing that those investments have to continue, and my commitment to making sure that water remains a priority as we head into the next session. I'm also pleased with the continued investments in environmental protections. We've experienced so much regarding wildfire these past few years. And while we had a wet winter and a wet spring, I think the number of small fires that we've seen erupt over the state this year simply a reminder of what our future looks like in the great state of Colorado, and hope that we can continue those investments. We know that we need to do more, and I'm excited for what may come this next session. And finally, just a comment to all of you about the challenges that we face in rural Colorado. Education is near and dear to my heart. We are working now with a small group to redesign how we're financing our public schools in this state, emphasizing that remote rural school districts need additional resources over our urban suburban counterparts. I'm excited to see that work materialize into some good next steps this session, paying off the budget stabilization factor and making sure that our schools are finally fully funded. I'm also pleased with the investments that we've made in higher education. On the workforce front, we put $45 million to ensure that we're driving more participation in our community colleges, our local district colleges like Colorado Mountain College, to make sure that we have more firefighters, members of law enforcement, early childhood educators, elementary educators, and healthcare workers. We also put money into the construction trades, trying to make sure that we upskill, reskill, next skill the workforce of tomorrow or even today, because I know we're still, so many of our businesses are hurting, not being able to find qualified workers or people with the skills that we desperately need in our smaller communities. So thank you all for being such good partners in this work. I continue to be very pleased with the amount of outreach and engagement that I have, whether I'm traveling in my own district or friends from Club 20 who don't hesitate to reach out and let me know what's on their mind. I appreciate that. It's important to this work. Your voice matters, and I trust that in the months ahead before session and certainly during session, that you will knock on my door and let me know what's a priority to you and how I can better serve your interests and needs. So thank you again for having me, even if remotely, and love to take a few questions.
Hold down the mute, won't you? Down this one. Yeah, just hold the mute button.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Rachel Richards from Hickenlooper County area. And I just want to comment on the land use bill from last session. Unfortunately, we're kind of hearing that the same bill's just going to come back, maybe packaged a little bit, and there's really not going to be the outreach with groups like CCI, CML, Club 20, and others about. And it was very unfortunate to say affordable housing advocate myself have to oppose a bill like that. But there were no guidelines, nothing to require the new ADU to be rented to a worker. It could be rented to someone coming from California who wanted a wonderful summer in Denver. There was nothing to say you couldn't build the ADU, live in the ADU, and then short-term rental your main house. There was nothing to have any relationship or tie to area median income. So you could potentially force someone to build a sixplex next to a transportation hub, but if they were in the Roaring Fork Valley, they'd be $3,000 a bedroom before they hit the market. And there just was the idea that if we unleash the construction industry as they are heavily financing donations to this effort, that suddenly prices will fall enough to be affordable to someone making $30,000 or $40,000 a year. And that's just not going to happen when we demand to live in the great state of Colorado. So I just want to put that out there to really talk to us about what we need. People would love to see a question to allow communities to have real estate transfer taxes on the 2024 ballot. People need real money to be able to get the infrastructure when they have land that they need to extend sewer and highways and roads to be able to reach the land. That is the type of help we need to deal with the housing issue. Not having the state of Colorado take over land use and then your local town councils hearing from all the neighbors who didn't allow no public hearing, no design standards, no nothing. You can just build more and more on your lot, right next to your next door neighbor's bedroom window. And park on the street that was designed to be a small street with no on-street parking. So it really was just a horrible bill that many of us felt so bad in the pit of our stomach that we couldn't support because we need housing help. But please, don't just let them bring back the same thing again. Put together some real consensus forming groups and get to the real issues we need. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. I so appreciate your voice and commitment to housing and solving the housing challenges we're facing across this state. You know it better than most. I want to offer that I do believe the bill sponsors, those advocates that had been working on the land use bill, recognize and acknowledge that last year cannot be repeated, not in the same way. What I have heard so far is that there are ongoing discussions about several different elements of the land use bill from last year, and that an approach that might be much more effective and also inclusive is taking a few of the big rocks. ADUs was certainly one that continues to be discussed. Transit-oriented development, TOD, maybe looking at some of the density conversations that have been going on, particularly with renters. And so I expect a few smaller bills, not the omnibus that we saw last year, a few smaller bills to come forward. I do believe that stakeholding has just begun. This past month, August, I have talked to a couple of members in the House, but I know there are others involved in the Senate. As you may remember, that bill started in the Senate. And while I do not know how the work is yet unfolding, as an effort to help our urban and suburban counterparts understand some of the Western Slope challenges, Senator Roberts and I just hosted a housing event in Summit County. We had representation from many of the counties across both the Western Slope and southwestern part of the state join us to talk about rural resort challenges and some of the other rural issues that have cropped up for us when it comes to some of these significant policy ideas. The one thing that I would offer all of you on that land use bill is that I do believe the intention was to tackle an issue where we continue to hear down at the Capitol from municipal leaders a need for some sort of statewide action to raise the floor in how we address land use policy. And that many local leaders find that NIMBYism gets in the way of their ability to address affordable housing in the places that they want to address it in their communities, and that they were hoping for, I don't know, a scapegoat, if that's the right phrase, that if the state took on that challenging responsibility of raising the floor, that they may be able to produce more affordable housing. And I say that knowing that there were many, many perspectives on that piece of legislation, and certainly the General Assembly alongside the governor, we all need to do better in being inclusive in those conversations. So I think that lesson for sure was learned, and there'll be much more conversation before anything comes forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is our last question. Can you hear me? My name is Caitlin Carey. I'm with the town of Newcastle, so we are in Garfield County, and we are rural resort adjacent. So I'm not going to repeat what Rachel said, because I'm just going to, what Rachel said, what I would like to see is there be some consideration for those rural resort adjacent communities. Historically, Newcastle has been a bedroom community for the Roaring Fork Valley. It is growing, it is getting its own identity. I'm thrilled about that. However, we are still primarily a bedroom community for the full valley. What impacts Glenwood, Carbondale, all the way up is going to impact Newcastle. So my request is that when you do consider those new stakeholders moving forward, that you would utilize town councils like us in these rural adjacent communities. That's all.
Really good comment. Thank you for that. And we see that all over the Western Slope, certainly, and down into the other parts of the state. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to say thank you for not only always taking the time to listen to your constituents and to Club 20, but for showing up, being present at the table, that our policy committee meetings involved in. She was present for those discussions, and we are just so grateful for her commitment to not only her constituents, but far beyond that.
Thank you. Really appreciate the conversation today. Reach out anytime and hope to see you in person again soon. Bye-bye.
Great, so we are running a little bit behind, but I do want to just do this one last brief segment. Who is somebody that was unfortunately unable to make it today in person or virtually due to other obligations, but he was able to pass along a brief video message for us. And so please welcome Senator Michael Bennet, who's represented Colorado in the United States Senate since 2009.
Hi, everybody, it's Michael Bennet, and congratulations on your 70th anniversary. I can't tell you how important partnership with Club 20 has been throughout my time in the Senate. And long before that, you have worked together for those 70 years to fight for the West Slope when Denver wasn't listening, and in Washington, D.C. as well. And you've insisted that we invest in our communities, our farms and ranches, and in our industry. And I'll be the first to admit that until a few years ago, we weren't doing a very good job of that. Because of your leadership, the work that we've done together. This is the moment when the American taxpayer is investing in America again. And we're investing in Colorado and all across the West Slope. Because of a bill I wrote with Club 20 and others in the West Slope, there's now $826 million coming to Colorado for high-speed broadband from the bipartisan infrastructure law. That investment, more small businesses will be able to take their operations online. More farmers and ranchers will have the benefits of precision agriculture. Their operations be able to compete with the rest of the world. And our kids are going to have to do their homework in Walmart parking. And in addition to broadband, Club 20 has always brought good forest, health, and water at the top of the nation. For years, I've been making the case in Washington. That in Colorado, our forests are important to our economy as the wind tunnel is in New York City, maybe more so. And after years of what felt like banging against the wall, I can finally report some important progress. The bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act made historic investment in our water, our forests, and our watershed. And already we're seeing the benefits of Colorado. From Duck Creek, Craig, and Intern, Pico, we're upgrading municipal water. We're modernizing outdated structures like the Mayville Ditch. We're finally improving the canals, the Grand Valley Project. And we're helping deliver clean water to Strive, a promise that we've never really kept. All of this is critically important as we face a 1,200-year drought that's left Colorado's communities, farmers, and ranchers with a lot less water. But of course, our work isn't finished. Our next opportunity to make sure Washington is providing the right kind of partnership to Colorado's farmers. And Club 20 has been an invaluable element. This year's Farm Bill is our best opportunity to continue to address conservation and the health of our forests and watersheds. We need to do more to cut that tape and ensure these programs work better for Colorado's farmers and ranchers. Let me end with this. You can draw a straight line from everything I mentioned today to Club 20's leadership over the past 7 years. Because of your efforts, we're finally making Western water, forest health, and rural broadband national priorities. We're finally investing in America. Because of your leadership, Western agriculture will continue for another 100 years, not 100 years after that. Economies in the West Slope are going to get stronger over the next 100 years. And rural America will continue to have an important seat at the table for decades to come. Congratulations again, Club 20. Happy 70th. See you soon. Saving the state.
Well, I'm not sure that we can promise to stay on the date. I'm sure we will all indulge the reason. But now we will quickly try to get back on track after this next networking break, and then we'll jump into our lunch being served at noon. We do have some fun things out in the hall. There's a photo booth with some fun props. There's some vendor booths out there, and then in the lunchroom we also have a timeline for each decade that Club 20 has been in existence with a lot of fun facts on it. So please check it out and make sure to get over to the lunchroom next door for lunch to be served at noon.
All I see online is 2019.
Oh, you go over this. Okay, yeah. I know, I'm all over the place. I know you're fine.
So we'll just unmute now. You'll cut this out. Okay, yeah. Feel good?
I don't know. I have about everything, and then when it happened, I didn't feel good, so.
Well, once, actually, I'm gonna check on the survey and confirm it.
Okay.
But we'll make sure to get you on the date.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about that.
I am.
Just sit by me though.
Yeah. I'll say. I'll leave you to drown.
I know.
Okay.
I know you.
We'll probably say here. No.
You know what?
And you're ready to speak. Like, I guess I could close that chat. No one's on, I'm just gonna close this. Huh? I'm gonna close there. Well, I just hope her works because you said it sometimes. Yeah. And I'll switch over and make sure you're good to go. Thank you.
I use something. Letting the turn back and then I just my ear. Yeah, I think if there's anything. No, I would say here. Admin voicemails are not going to my elevator policy, and I just looked, there's like 5 voicemails on the admin email. It's everybody on the company. So, where is the admin? Oh, well, I've probably added about 5 people. And he said he was bringing extra. But there's also a few people that have said, like, I was gonna go like when I get in. So I think it'll balance out. Yeah, I think so too. And I think they know how to improvise with their really good. But that looks really pretty. I might. Just because that's a little blurry? Yeah. Okay. It looks better now though, I think, right? I think so. I don't know. I don't No. Don't let me mess up her stuff then. You're so supportive though, I have to say.
It is stressful.
Do you know how many, I thought I saw how many slides. It goes up there. Yeah. So I don't know how long.
I mean, we'll probably still manage.
Yeah, oh, thank you, you're very sweet. Thank you. I'm gonna go grab Andy. Okay. Let her know I'm gonna start at 35 with a student and thank you. They said, I think we should go. Oh, just gonna do a poll. So he'll take it for like 2 weeks and then have it on the week. She's extending it. I mean, I thought that there was, because there is already like. She wants to that one little talk and, you know, build on it. But I guess that's pretty common from a legislature. Because like she got floated around. She really does. Yeah, she just said like if you become short of breath, you know, some weird thing happens there. You think it's right in your lungs there. That after you said that David was having a bad morning, I get a text from Max. Mom, I just had the toughest morning I've ever had in a while. I'm gonna be late to my house. So I'm like, and I was in the middle of like all that. I'm like, buddy, what's happening? He said he was blowing up the dry heat. It was funny because you like, like, oh. Like emotional. Thank you so much. Does she? Does she? You can even message them on their portal. You know, oh, mom, I love you. Or something that you
correct? I hope everybody is enjoying their lunch so far. Before we get started, we want to thank our lunch Keynote address sponsor today, University of Colorado. So, we encourage you to stay late. With us celebrating our 70th year anniversary, we figured there was no better time than today to take a deep dive look at the Western slope in Colorado as a whole and see how it's changed over the years. Joining us from the State Demography Office is Nancy Gedeon. Nancy worked for Douglas County for 14 years, where she worked as a demographic analyst prior to her current role for the state office. We are so pleased that she was able to come out here to the beautiful Western slope and spend some time with us today. Please help me welcome Nancy Gedeon.
Afternoon. Sound good? You can hear me? Wonderful. I'm so happy to know that. As represented, Nancy Gedeon with the State Demography Office. And I think the demographics, data, numbers, people, it's a perfect people. I am infinitely amused and excited by this information, and I hope you will be too.
There we go. Try it again. There we go.
Little bit about what is the demographics? Well, we all of those populations and we're part of that we're here to provide information to all the state agencies so that they're all working from the same population unit, both estimates that we got in the past, but for the future, for forecasts. We are non-partisan, neutral. We don't do policy. We're the data people. We work with local governments. Part of our role, we are in local affairs, and we want to work with all the local government in the state. In fact, part of my role is to collect housing information and to disseminate population estimates. Every municipality and county in the state, and having those conversations, having that feedback is very important to working with. We want to be partners with all of them. Services we provide, data, but also we have maps and visualization. We do technical, they do questions, call us, email us. We're here to help you and to help you understand the data. We also do presentations like this, and they're happy to come to your community to help you, give you a personalized view of your demographic data in your place. 70 years. Let me tell you, wasn't an easy task in 70 years, 22 counties. But I think I did. So 70 years. So first of all, Colorado grows United States growth, a part of the United States. So we're starting with this big picture of the United States. Here we're looking at population growth each decade, starting with the 50s on the left through the 20s on the right. And you'll face the point of the decades of greatest growth, the 1950s and the 1990s. Similar chart for Colorado. Biggest growth was in the 1990s. At the start of the 50s, Colorado's other big growth was the 1970s. The past 2 decades haven't been too shabby either. About 16% or 14% growth, but about 700,000 additional people each of the following 2 decades. Let's look at the Western slope. Definitely major growth times for the Western slope, 1970s, and then again in the 90s. The 2000s, we had some steady growth, not quite so much in the last. So population changes for 3 reasons. Someone born, someone dies, someone moves in, or out. The next couple charts show that. First, looking here at the entire state. This goes back to 1970. So not a 70-year view, but 50 years is pretty good. So On the left is 1970, on the right is 2020. Blue bars showing population gain was more births than deaths. It's called natural readings. And the red bars indicate net migration. So if we look at the blue bars quickly, comparatively relatively steady, literally births and schools, but those red bars, they're all over the place. In fact, in the 1980s, Colorado out net migration. Migration tends to follow the economy. It tends to depend on how Colorado goes compared to other states in the country. Again, we saw in those previous charts, Colorado saw the largest growth in the 1990s. That's the 1990s. Definitely big growth. Following the late 80s, where we had out. But one thing we've been pointing out is that the past 5, 6, 7 years, the growth in Colorado has been slowing. And that's indicated on that bar graph. Both the red bars, net migration, has been decreasing. Still a positive, still population growth in Colorado. This is a little bit less each year. Both that net migration, but also the natural increase. Similar chart for the Western states. This is 21 counties that make up roughly the western third of the state. Similar patterns, we already know that the 1970s saw large growth there, and the 1990s, big growth. Again, some out migration in the 1980s. But again, slowing growth in the last several years. Perhaps when we saw that the growth rate from 2010 to 2020, the Western slope wasn't quite as fast when the North was being full. You see that we're looking at migration. Probably right after the last recession in the 1920s. Let's pull that apart. Births and deaths, something we can all relate. And Colorado, the blue line is showing the number of births. And up until 2007, each year there were more births in the state. Each birth in the state was in 2007. And then there have been fewer births. Still over 60,000 births each year. Just fewer, not continually growing. Deaths, on the other hand, have been steadily increasing. Perfectly natural. That's the point of the population is change. We did see an uptick in 2020, 2022 due to the pandemic, but we anticipate that running back. But the distance between those 2 lines, that natural increase. And up until this point, we have seen positive natural increase. And we forecast positive natural increase for Colorado out to the year 2050. Those dashed lines on the right indicate forecast. It's narrowing. Less population growth due to similar charts for the Western slope. I learned about the births putting this together. The Western slope had its peak number of births in 2008, not 2007. It's actually nationwide. The United States had full peak births was in 2000. Western slope had it in 2008. But again, decrease in birth each year.
That was it.
Oh, yeah. But the natural increase here for the Western slope is narrowing more than it is for the state. In fact, the past couple years actually saw a tiny bit of births and deaths actually were higher than the number of births, but our forecast shows that we anticipate that to continue on that lower track and that it will still continue to be natural. For births, deaths, and the third thing is migration. And as I mentioned, migration typically has something to do with the economy. In fact, we have a correlation between the number of new and the amount of in-net migration to the state. It's largely driven by job growth and how Colorado compares to us. If Colorado has a lower unemployment rate than other states in the country, you may tend to attract in-migrants to come for those jobs. Now, the next set of slides are showing in-migration to Colorado and to different parts of the by age. What age you migrate to the state makes a big difference. In Colorado as a whole, Colorado tends to attract people in their mid-20s through their late 30s. Next couple charts, we have each single year of age across the line. So babies on the left, elders on the right, from 0 to over 90. Colorado really attracts. We have the most in-migration people in those from mid-20s through late 30s. That, over the years, has held steady. So in the 1990s, and the 2000s, and the 2010s, that pattern has remained. And of that, Colorado tends to be a younger state compared to other states in the country. So a colleague of mine wrote out different states, different counties in the state, by some of their trends. Now, again, it's net migration by age. Looking at the resort counties, so we typically have Bennet, Dole, Grand, Pitkin, Lake. They attract people in their early 20s through mid 30s. And after that, people leave. So, which makes sense. Employment at ski resorts and other tourist-related places. So we tend to see these big peaks in people of those younger ages, 20s to 30s, in resort, in counties of resort activity. That attract people of retirement age. These retirement destination countries typically attract most people between the ages of 55 and 70, and actually have out-migration of the people in their 20s and 30s. Some examples of these are Archuleta, Montezuma, Delta, Montrose, Ouray. Different age groups definitely make the file of community very good. Another category are those that are from universities. And on the western slope, this applies to Zapata and Western State. They're attracting those late teenagers, but once they hit about 29, 30, without migration. Mesa County defies categorization. University, right, people in their 19, 20, 21, likely due to the university. But Mesa also has in-migration of those older adults, more than retirement age, 55 to 70. And Mesa's trend, many companies have kept that same pattern over the decades. Mesa's doesn't change a little bit, and it's something that we will continue to be studying in order to best forecast the future. Some have net out migration young adults. Typically, again, those in their 20s and 30s. And a lot of the smaller and more rural counties tend to have this phenomenon. On the western slope, those are Rio Blanco, Jackson. More in migration, late 30s. Brings some families, some kids, but primarily it's people in their mid to late 20s. And western slope will be Garfield and Rat. So looking at who's coming in by age, and now we're going to look at the total population by age. Why? Because age is so important. Think about it. It influences everything you do. Where you live, what you shopped for, how you recreated is different in your 20s than it is in your 50s or your 70s. It impacts your preferences. It impacts housing. What type of housing you live. Maybe you have children, do you larger house of children, do you downsizing for retirement? Knowing the age profile of the county is very helpful. Labor force, do you have enough people to work? Income levels, younger people tend to have less money, older people tend to rely on savings and retirement. And knowing where the money's coming from is important too. And of course, service demands. You need to plan your schools, or you need to plan your senior centers. All of this, I mentioned that it tends to be younger states because it attracts people from other states in the country and abroad in that mid-20s to late 30s. And in our overall age distribution, that shows up. Again, here we're looking at single year of age, so 0-year-olds, babies on the left, 90 and over on the right. Looking at this, Colorado has more 29-year-olds than any other single year of age. More 29-year-olds than you, 18. Thing to point out, growth has been slowing. We already saw that births had been decreasing, and that's evident in these younger age groups. Fewer kids in each group as you go from 5 to 1. But we have a large group of people heading towards retirement age. Black bar on this shows the age of 65. And we have had but continuing into this day, large increases, percentage change increases in the population of 65 and over. And statewide, we're anticipating that. Because we saw all that large in-migration in the 1990s. Those people, as per the trend, are in their 20s to 30s. Well, 1990s, 30 years ago. If those 30-year-olds aged in place, stayed in Colorado, they're now 60. They're now 65. As we saw, we don't typically attract immigrants in those older age groups. These people who dated 30 years ago and have aged in place. That's where we see the largest growth by age for the next decade is in those older age groups. We have charts like this every county in the state, and here we're going to look at a couple that serve as prototypes. Here we have some, again, of Missouri County. And we already saw who they invite. There's people in their early 20s. And yes, their total population is more people in their early 20s and 30s. Not so many kids, not so many people in those older age groups. And so the point here, this would also represent Gunnison, Lake, Hickenlooper, Routes, and Gedeon as examples. You have that large bubble almost of people of this younger age. You look at your right county, very good. They have more people in those older age groups. Gedeon actually over the age of 65. And we saw that Uray, along with Archuleta, Delta, Montrose, were some of the places that were attracting people in this older age groups, more retirement age. Well, that definitely shows in their total age profile. Garfield County, like people as a whole, tends to have the age profile more like the state as more of that in the early 30s, late 30s. But overall, very similar trend. So, looking at the theme here is change over time. Look at the ages and percentage on the Western side from 1990 to a future of 2030. We see some of these peaks and valleys leveling out. Let me explain. We have data here from 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, and the forecast for 2030. And they're all in varying shades of light orange to dark orange. So the older in time, 1990 is a very pale color. In the 1990s, we saw higher percentages of kids on the Western slope and much higher percentages of people in their 30s. And what's so interesting about these charts is that you can see those people in their 30s aging each decade. So this pale orange line here, 10 years later, those 30 or 40-year-olds are now 40 or 50. 10 years later, would be Poughkeepsie. So, in a way, the Western Slope, like Colorado as a whole, is getting older. Population is aging at rate and moving keeps record. One thing for sure though, these older age groups, 65 and over, these lines have been increasing each year. So definitely, the amount of older age groups has been increasing steadily. Overall, we've got some big picture trends. First, population is still growing, but it varies by location. But it's slower. We saw that births have been decreasing, deaths have been increasing. And an interesting note, we can also track number of births by age of mother. And we have seen drastic decreases in births over the past 10 or 12 years in younger mothers to teenage mothers. There has been a decrease in young teenage mothers and an increase in mothers who are in their 30s. So some of this decrease in the number of births is tied to that dynamic of an age distribution. Migration and mobility has also been slowing, and again, varies by age within the state. But it depends on how Colorado compares to other countries. As it's getting harder to attract people to the state. Definitely, growth is concentrated. In looking at the Western Slope, had to look at other parts of the state. And of course, the area of the state over these past 70, or the past 30 years at the same time is the Front Range. The Western Slope is definitely included. Back in the 1950s, 2% of state population were in the Western Slope. And despite the growth of the Front Range over these 70 years, by 2020, the Front Range still has 10% of population. But remember, aging impacts. It's so important to know what your population looks like to age. And as a plug for our office, we have these tables, these graphs and charts. Every county in the state, to make regions, state as a whole, we're here to help you. That we also have growing regional. Currently, our office has projections up to the year 2050, plus, if not like 30 years. For about 27 years, we anticipate population in the state to be about 7.5. And please note, we revise these forecasts every year. And in fact, we are currently working on a new revision that will be released in November. Without that change, an additional 1.8 billion people in the state in 2020 and 2050, we anticipate, of course, the largest majority of that to be on the range. But rather than our forecasts are showing, Western would have just under 200,000 additional people between now. Of course, there are uncertainties. We forecast with that's the information that we have. Not knowing what the water situations in different localities, international migration, infrastructure, natural disasters in other states. Lots of things that could change these outcomes. That we look to these every single year and revise. What your favorite? That we can work with the local government to have an understanding of what their future looks like. We are happy to work with you to come up with the best data and information. That concludes my speech. I will now begin the intro to Dan. We do have about 15 minutes or so for questions, so just raise your hand and we'll bring a microphone over to you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the information and the hard work. I'm wondering, is there any correlation between, say, the price of housing and young people leaving or not staying in the community, things like this? You also did some interpretive work on this. Thank you.
Yes, we have been looking at, and this idea that Colorado's competitive in other states in the country, knowing that our median housing prices, maybe some things higher. That's an issue, especially because our income doesn't pay attention. So it is something we definitely pay attention to, and are looking to as an influence.
Just a big stuff, love on. Nerdy out.
You want to bet?
Fake news, those are the things. I'm looking at the aging population moving to the pipeline and the lower growth rate. Both of those seem to argue for less housing demand than what we see proportionately. Still more houses, but less demand. I'm wondering if that's accurate or everything in terms of, because it is extremely frustrating that the current generation can't afford to live. So it's kind of a play out, especially that forecast for housing affordability.
Specifically on affordability, key to difference between population and housing mix are households. And households different when they form for different reasons. And household size in general has been decreasing over decades. And especially as the population ages, we expect smaller household size. So a family of 4, kids move out, now perhaps 2 adults. And so we would typically see that. But that's sort of the life that tracking household size and further vacancy rate, finding the housing is out there are and knowing that deployment is difficult. We do have data and we are trying to look at this. We seem to have information from the American Community Survey that household size has actually decreased since 2020. And if we think about the conditions that are going on, there's a pandemic, we're all cooped up. Interest rates were really low. Construction was an industry that didn't stop during the pandemic. Maybe that first month, permitting in local jurisdictions was not on. But construction didn't stop. And we actually had more building permits in 2020, 2021 than we'd seen since the 90s. Lower interest rates, lots of housing, not so much international migration than close quarters. We think, and some of the data is supporting that, people were spreading out, people were moving out of situations, moving out of, say, being with a roommate. Adult kids moving out of the rooms. Things like that. This is spreading, which is lowering burdens per household. Also lowering the vacancy rate. But tracking that data is always a couple years in arrears. Just getting the 2022 data that we released later this month. But that's some of the great ones. How many are second homes? How many are recreations and health babies? How many are used for other purposes instead of housing that family? All those unknowns. So knowing how much housing is needed is imperative.
Thank you, and I share Reese's nerdy walkout stuff about this. I think it's incredibly interesting. But Reeves is also a statistic in Grant County as he's building a house there. So Grant County, as we saw a minute ago, it's a resort county, but it doesn't really fit the resort model. So we're in an interesting anomaly there. And I think you kind of mentioned it a minute ago. Almost 70% of our homes are second homes. So I don't know how you track that because we have huge demand for housing for workforce, but yet we're building houses like crazy, but it's not solving the problem. So can you give us information about how that all fits into all this?
Great question. So that American Community Survey does have information on type states. Essentially, is it vacant because it's for rent? Is it vacant because it's renting? Or is it vacant because it's home? And so we do have information on that, like, and of course, places like Grand, Summit, much higher percentage of they are. We do have it, and so that follows on our tracking that and very difficult.
We have 10 more minutes for questions. Somebody has to have
By that, you look at track home availability versus vacancy. If it's vacant, it's a second home, it's not vacant. Availability is the key important.
So in terms of our office, what we do collect is building permits. We don't know if it's being built as a second home, all that. But we do work with every local jurisdiction that has a building permit to get an approved building permits each year for new residential units, get all family or single family. And that's what we have. These other surveys at the national level, that American Community Surveys projects and gives us a bit more information on how. Now also some local communities have tracked things that they're Airbnbs, but they're short-term rentals, STRs. They might have information on how many or what their percentages are of available to live in versus to vacation.
Follow up on that question from Reeves. When you track the building permits, do you track the value of the building permits? Because most of them are getting $5,000 homes. Then you know your young people are. But that's the question: is the building permit value out of sync with the needs of incomes that are just thank you.
Well, just to add to that, it's not just the young people out here. It's those who age in place. You know, as somebody who's to make that makes it, you know, it's always the thing for have a statement for it to be out of life.
So in terms of the initial question, we collect numbers on the Census Bureau does collect some information on values and gives it averages. But yeah, for you, we have to be building permits.
I share their appreciation of all this. Does your office track granular data from, say, zip code to zip code, so you can see what in-state migration pattern might look like? More about John Stewart about
The Census Bureau does have information to county moves, and they have an application on their website. You can select any county in the United States, and they'll give you data on where people are moving in and what off, and where people are moving out to. And it's totally funded by them. It's a 5-year estimate, so it's over a 5-year time. People who are very small numbers. And there are some are very, but we do have a sense of where people actually leave an application on our website. Now that I think about it, we can select any county and see where the largest number of immigrants are coming from by state and then by county in Colorado, and then see where they're leaving to. So some of that data is definitely available, and state to state migration have an annual basis, county to county have 5 years. Let's see.
younger people. Or maybe.
As a non, we would not have. Again, we have seen other places that we do incentivize, maybe things like childcare, maternal leave, knowing that take time off, maybe that the job is to be there, they can still have income. Those types of incentives, if that was the direction we wanted to go, may be helpful to incentivize more. We'll do two more. Two and then we're
Okay, I'm gonna ask the outlier. So what if your state has a large influx of migrants? And are you capturing that? How does that impact?
by migrants, like international migrants? Okay. Yes, we do get annual data from the Census Bureau on domestic migration and international migration. And that is distributed by county. Census Bureau uses different ways of getting that information. We ourselves in the state office are not individually counting or not with that data firsthand, but we have seen different trends in international migration. We know, like in the 1990s, a lot of that growth to the United States was from international, and a lot of it from Colorado was, but it definitely fluctuates over time. And with the pandemic years, it's been much lower. So since 2020, there's been far fewer international migrants. Again, that's part of the because immigration policy happens at the federal level, knowing which way things are going to go. But yes, we rely on other sources, so we don't have on the moment data about different types, and we don't classify an international status. Okay, last question.
Thank you very much for being such a
Photography is really about sex and death. You can email me. You can also go to our website, demography.colorado.gov. And everything that I showed you today is available someplace on our website. And scroll down to the bottom left, there is a little button to press that says "Got a question," and it will go to our outreach coordinator who is distributing. So really, just call us. Just email us. You can call me if it doesn't fit my topics or my area of expertise. I'll want colleagues. We are here literally to help you to get this data, so that you can use it to make a decision. So yeah, no formal process. Literally a second. I look forward to it.
Well, thank you.
Well, I am not extremely interested. It sounds like also so super grateful for her to drive up here to the western slope. Down here, over here. All over. Before we go into another 15-minute networking break, where we will all head that way and not stay in the hallway, we're going to go ahead and thank our keynote lunch and address sponsors for today, which is the University of Colorado. Thank you, Christian. So with that, please be in the hallway for that 5 minutes, and then head back to the main.
I was trying to remember if we just had a college slide for her. That's what I was like. Oh, we should have just made it. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, I thought we had a slide for just these, yeah, but we hung the banner on TV. Yeah. She was horrible. She was wonderful. Well. It's delicious. It's so good.
Almost like anything. It's just sweet for me.
I actually like the raspberry sauce more than the cheese. Oh, you do like the raspberries.
I know it's not all they have. Other things, and for the same price as the most expensive, the country biscuit thing that we paid for last year. Right? Oh, I don't have to. If you wouldn't mind grabbing the monitor. Oh. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you were able to still come, Betsy.
Yeah, that you remember who I am.
Yes, of course. We have so many.
Here.
Oh, that's so fun.
I can't believe I got left out of this boss. But
They're so fun to have.
anyway, and you know, sounds
Always. Well, thank you. Some of them are a little touchy, but. Neguse is coming. Huh? Neguse, not in person, but online.
That's cool. He has never come to one of these.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
Just right there. Thank you very much.
oh, it's not ate too much. That cheesecake is not
Good. Okay. All in.
I think we want that in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. That's great. And I liked your popcorn touch out there.
Well, the freaking food and beverage minimum was $7,000. Well, so I don't know. We had to ask them and say, why is it so high?
We never had that before.
It wasn't that high, absolutely not. And that was the confusing thing. And she's like, yeah, I had to ask her about the numbers too. And then they were like telling us that we weren't at the thing, so we had to add things. So we did a breakfast for exec yesterday, and then we did the popcorn, and
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot more than what we would normally.
for what reason? We're
Why is that
spending
so different?
$12,000.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Oh, there it is. We are ready for you, Congressman.
Oh, great, great. I just want to make sure.
One moment, we can't hear you.
Terrific. No worries. Just want to make sure you can hear me. So that's right.
Let's try that again, Congressman.
Terrific. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Sorry I couldn't be there with you in person. Many thanks to your executive director for giving me the chance to come by virtually and say a few words, but it's a pleasure to be able to have the opportunity to speak with such a broad array of local leaders across Colorado's Western Slope. I know some of you, but for those whom I haven't had the privilege of meeting quite yet, I represent the 2nd District of Colorado. I've had the honor of representing this part of our state for 4.5 years. The 2nd Congressional District, as many of you know, spans a pretty wide swath of northwestern Colorado. It includes Fort Collins and Longmont, Larimer County, Boulder County, Gilpin, Clear Creek, and also a very wide swath of Colorado's Western Slope. So some of the most iconic communities in the country, places like Routt County and Steamboat Springs and Yampa and Oak Creek, Jackson County and Walden, Grand County, Summit County, and Eagle County. And it has been such a privilege to represent several of those counties for, as I mentioned, 4.5 years. And then, of course, as a result of redistricting the last year, really getting to know and spending a lot of time with my constituents and local leaders in Routt County and in Jackson County and in Western Eagle County, all of which were added to the 2nd Congressional District. I want to say thank you for all the work that Club 20 does. I can remember certainly my first encounter and interaction with Club 20 many, many years ago, back when I was on the Board of Regents at the University of Colorado, and then later when I ran our state's regulatory department, serving in John Hickenlooper's cabinet back when he was governor. I've always appreciated the work that you all do in convening folks from across Colorado's Western Slope to address some of the real challenges that we face as a community, as a state, and of course, as a country. And as a public servant, but also as a Coloradan, as a father, a husband, an outdoor enthusiast, I couldn't be more excited about being able to work with all of you to address some of those challenges and those obstacles and doing our part to build a better Colorado for each and every one of our shared constituencies. So again, thank you for letting me come by to say a few words at the fall conference. And of course, congratulations on your 70th anniversary. And I'm looking forward to coming in person to a Club 20 event soon. I know that you all were up in our district, in my district in Walden, not too long ago. Unfortunately, I was called to work back in Washington, D.C. Would have much preferred to be back home here in Colorado, but nonetheless, I'm looking forward to visit with you in person sometime soon. I thought it would be helpful just to give you a brief update on some of the priorities that we're working on in Washington. Our work, the portfolio that I pursue legislatively in Washington, has always been really undergirded by this core motivation of leading locally, which just means taking my cues from the local leaders, the incredible citizens that I represent in the 2nd District to try to solve some of the problems that we face, as I mentioned, as a community and as a state and as a country. And, as I travel our district, whether it's in Gypsum or in Granby or in Longmont or Fort Collins, invariably the same issues come up. People, want us working on lowering costs across the board, trying to grow the middle class, building safer communities where we know our children and our families will be safe. And so the legislation that I'm pursuing at the federal level prioritizes those interests, which in my view are the same interests, the same values that are shared by so many across Western Colorado and of course our state as a whole. In terms of a couple of particular legislative items that I think will certainly be of interest for those of you in the room, we have worked very hard in the last several years to ensure that the Secure Rural Schools Program, SRS, is reauthorized and fully funded. As you all know, that program is essential to many counties across the Western Slope, including counties in my district. Grand County happens to be a county, the recipient of the most dollars through the SRS program. It's a primary source of funding for schools, mountain search and rescue, road maintenance, other services that Coloradans rely on. And I know, having had conversations with many of you in the past, that it's a top priority. My hope is that one day we can get this program permanently reauthorized so that we don't have to constantly do these 2-year reauthorizations. And we're certainly working on that front, building a bipartisan coalition to get it done. But in the meantime, we've got a bill that we've introduced with Kathy McMorris Rogers out of Washington State, Republican, to do everything we can to get that program reauthorized for the next fiscal year. We did it under President Trump, and we intend to do the same under President Biden. In addition, we're working really hard on addressing issues surrounding wildfires, wildfire resiliency, wildfire mitigation, and I hope that you all know that it is a top priority. I think of the congressional delegation at large, but certainly in my office, working with both of our senators, Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennet, there's more money, more federal resources now being brought to bear for fuel reduction projects, hazardous fuels reduction projects, I should say, and mitigation projects in our forests than ever before. We're working really hard to implore the Forest Service to reallocate some of those dollars in our national forests that are on the Western Slope, whether that's the Route National Forest, White River National Forest, both of which, of course, are very important to me and my constituents, but also other national forests in southern Colorado and further west in our state, because we know that the need is great and the scale of the work that needs to be done is large. So we're very, very focused on that. It's a big part of the work that I do as a chair of the Bipartisan Wildfire Caucus, which is a caucus that I created a few years back in the Congress as a result of the Cameron Peak and East Troublesome fires, both of which, of course, as you know, were in my district, the largest and the second largest wildfires in the history of Colorado. We have one rule for the Bipartisan Wildfire Caucus. Some of you have heard me say this before. The only rule is you can only join if you join with a member of the opposing political party, which unfortunately has kept it smaller maybe than we would have liked, but nonetheless, it's a strong group of 12 Republicans and 12 Democrats who mostly from Western states, as you might imagine, from Utah, from Idaho, from Arizona, folks that just are focused on getting something done and trying to ensure that the Rocky Mountain West has the resources it needs to deal with the wildfires that are becoming more and more intense and pervasive across our landscapes. Of course, one component piece of this that we're working really hard on is wildland firefighter pay, which, as I know many of you are well aware of, there is a big fiscal cliff, the pay cliff that our wildland firefighters are facing. If we don't reauthorize the pay increases that we secured in the law that I fought for and others fought for 2 years ago, if we don't do that in 25 days, wildland firefighters across our country will face a 50% pay cut. It's unconscionable. It should be unacceptable. These are incredible first responders. They sacrifice everything to protect our communities. You all, of course, know that all too well. And we ought to be paying them a living wage. And so we're working really hard. We've built a bipartisan coalition. We're working with Republicans and Democrats in the Congress to make sure we get that done before the end of the month. It's the top priority that I have over the course of these next few weeks in Washington. There are a number of other issues. I don't want to give you a long diatribe about all the different kind of policies that we're pursuing. Everything from, of course, watershed protection. I co-chair the Colorado River Caucus, the headwaters of which, as you all know, are in my district. We've built, again, a bipartisan coalition similar to the other coalition that I described for wildfire. We've done the same on fentanyl prevention. We know that fentanyl is pervasive and is tragically killing so many young folks across our communities in the 2nd District and across our state. And so it's another example of a place where we can try to find some common ground. Doug Lamborn and I, Colorado Springs Congressman, of course, as you all know, are working really closely together to try to find some more resources without actually expending additional resources, reallocating some of the COVID resources to provide law enforcement and our school districts with additional tools to be able to address that really pressing issue and challenge. So a long-winded way of saying we've got a very robust portfolio of legislative issues that we're pursuing on behalf of the folks in the Western Colorado. And I would just say to all of you, our door is always open. We have a Western Slope office. It's led by our Western Slope Regional Director, Julie Suter, who's on the line today, and I know has made it to, I believe, a couple of Club 20 events in the past. Please let us know if you've got ideas, suggestions, concerns, or complaints. Give us a call, give Julie a call, reach out. My door is always open, getting together and meeting. We do everything we can to engage our county commissioners, our mayors within the 2nd Congressional District, but I also take my obligations for representing the state at large very seriously. And so to the extent that you have an issue that you think we might be able to assist on, I hope you'll reach out and let us know. We look forward to continuing to partner with you in the months and years ahead. And again, just grateful for the opportunity to come by and say hello. So best of luck with the rest of the fall conference. I hope you enjoy it and look forward to seeing you soon.
Congressman, do you have some time to answer a couple questions?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Great. Are there any questions for the Congressman? Behind you, right? Please introduce yourself as well.
My name is Chris Duncan. I'm the treasurer of the company. We appreciate your efforts on government partnerships. Where is that fight at? What do you need from us? You and this California.
Would you mind repeating the question for me and the introduction? I'm having trouble hearing.
Sorry, my name is Chris Duncan. I'm the treasurer of I live in Mesa County, and I'm wondering about your efforts on the Colorado watershed. What do you need from us? How do we support you in this California work with anyone?
A great question. Great question. Thank you for your service, and I look forward to getting out to Mesa County soon. Always love spending time in that part of our state. Was involved years ago, as you all might, some of you were involved with in Mesa County, and doing everything we could to try to keep the BLM headquarters out in Mesa, and I met several of you in that capacity. So anyway, thank you for your service. With respect to the watershed work, look, I think I'd answer that in a couple of different ways. So first, the Colorado River Caucus, the notion behind that caucus, and there's one in the Senate as well, that Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Romney co-lead, was just trying to bring together members from different states to have honest, candid conversations as the states, of course, and as our state negotiates with the lower basin and upper basin states on the compact and the future of the Colorado River, having candid conversations with our colleagues to find ways to build common ground. And really, it's been around trying to allocate more dollars for water conservation projects. And we've had some success in that regard. Obviously, we all were watching very closely the Bureau of Reclamation's announcement earlier this year. There's no doubt that the lower basin states have to do far more. And we've been, again, these settings give us the opportunity, me and my upper basin state colleagues, to make that case and to explain, the many reasons why, at the end of the day, they're going to have to step up to the table and do far more, and also be a part of the conversation around resources that may be brought to bear federally that enables them to do more, again, on the water conservation side, and in the case of agriculture, for example, as you said, in California. So I think, look, it is a tough challenge. You all know that. I'm preaching to the choir. I think Colorado is going to have to be united. And the good news, I think, I was in Steamboat, saw many of you at the water conference not that long ago. My sense is that as a state, the various interests within our state, the stakeholders, private landowners, agriculture, in our communities, local leaders, the various water districts. Everyone seems to be pretty aligned. It doesn't mean that we don't have disputes, but there is, generally speaking, I think, a real strong sense of state identity in terms of doing everything we can to protect the Colorado River watershed up here in Colorado. And so I think that's a good sign, and we just got to continue to push. So in terms of what I could use from you, honestly, the most important thing that I could benefit from and my staff could benefit from is your expertise. There are many of you who've been working on these issues for decades, and there's no sense in recreating the wheel. If you have ideas or suggestions about bills that you think we ought to pursue, about letters that we should be sending on the regulatory side to the Bureau of Reclamation or other agencies, let us know. That's exactly what we're hoping we can glean from all of you, is leverage your expertise for the benefit of our state.
Yeah, Representative, this is Ray Beck, former Moffett County Commissioner, longstanding Club 20 member. And I just wanted to say thank you. All those issues that you just mentioned are very important to all of us, and in particular, rural Colorado, Club 20 region, and so on and so forth. But whether it be, I just wanted to let you know that in Club 20, we have people here from Routt County representing, so from Routt County, Moffett County, Rio Blanco County, Delta County, Montrose County. These are all coal impacted communities. And I guess my question is to you is, what can we do going forward? We're running out of time when it comes to coal impacted communities and how we can diversify our economy, which we're doing. But is there other resources that maybe we don't know about? And then my offer to you on behalf of the rest of us in coal impacted communities is, if you would like to tour the power plant, if you'd like to come over to visit with us, if you'd like to see our infrastructure, really get down into the weeds and know what our needs are, we'd love to entertain you to come over if that works out for you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for the very thoughtful question. I was hopeful that redistricting might, it might extend even further west from Routt County to Moffett County. Unfortunately, wasn't in the cards, but nonetheless, actually was just in Steamboat, as I mentioned, and was talking to my team about wanting to make sure the next time we're there, we're planning a trip up to Hayden, that we make the trip just a little further out west and come into Moffett County and Craig, and I will take you up on that invitation. I'd be delighted. It's been some time since I've been up in your neck of the woods, and so that's an invitation we'll take up, and I'll ask Julie to follow up with you directly. I think there's a lot we could be doing with respect to helping communities that are experiencing that transition, and of course you're living that. Your constituents, your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers are living that every day. And one of my frustrations, to be very candid, is I don't know that federal, state policymakers in the past have approached this issue with the type of urgency that I would think it would require, given the way in which the expedited transition to a renewable energy future has happened. And so I think there are federal resources that can be brought to bear. We've had some conversations with both of our senators, Senator Bennet and Senator Hickenlooper, on trying to find ways to leverage dollars within the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a sizable amount of resources in that bill for communities like yours. Senator Bennet, of course, has a specific bill that he's been working on that I believe you and others have worked on, and many in Routt County have worked on. We are very supportive of that bill in the effort that Senator Bennet has pushed. So what I would say is, we'll take you up on the invitation, and if there are specific ways that we can help, not just at the federal level, but also at the state level, to the extent that we can help in advocacy. I know obviously the state has stood up an Office of Just Transition, and I'm not as privy to the dollars, the resources that are available in that setting, but I would certainly welcome a conversation with you and some of your colleagues about how we can perhaps leverage the bully pulpit of the office that I hold to advocate for your community and the other communities that are going through that transition. I mean, I think that have been ignored for far too long, and my hope is that we can start to change that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Any other questions?
And by the way, not to belabor the point, but I do think there's some interesting developments in particular for Moffat County around the rail line and its juxtaposition with respect to the coal plants. And so we could talk about that, but I think there's some real resources that potentially could be brought that would enable the community to benefit even further. And obviously watching from, seeing from afar the way in which that community has really rallied around tourism and various efforts in that regard has been pretty incredible.
Hello, Congressman Neguse. My name is Bonnie Peterson. You and I met when you were here with Deb Holland to discuss the BLM location here in Mesa County, and I do live in Mesa County. And I just want to follow up on the comments and thoughts around Moffat County. I'm on the Colorado Space Business Roundtable Board of Directors, and we just did a road trip up to Moffat County where we looked at the mine and the plant facilities. What you may not be aware of is those facilities have to be removed, even though they're on private land, once we're through using them. And so we are trying to find another use for those facilities. They are excellent facilities. And we thought aerospace might be a good industry for that. So I would ask you what we've asked Senator Bennet and what we've asked Senator Hickenlooper to do for us. And that is, as you interact with those aerospace industries or other industries that might have a need for some really fabulous manufacturing facilities, have them think about Moffat County. You can contact me, you can contact Ray. A great contact is discovercraig.org on the website, and it will talk about those facilities. But that's one thing that we can see that you could potentially help us with. If we can get the full weight of our congressional delegation behind helping us to identify a user for those, that will be a great step forward.
I think that's terrific. I'm all in. Count me in. And my mind's already starting to spin around some ideas that I have with respect to what you just referenced. I do think advanced manufacturing, aerospace, there are limitless opportunities for Moffat and for the other counties that were mentioned. And definitely let's touch base after this call. One thing we've been sort of working on, we've had done this previously, and I think that there's some cause for us to explore this with respect to the northwestern corner of our state. The partnerships that I represent, both the University of Colorado in Boulder and then Colorado State University in Fort Collins. And both universities have, I think in recent years, developed expanded partnerships across different parts of our state. We were able to secure about $1 million for CSU to build out an engineering program at Adams State down in Alamosa. CU, of course, working very closely with CMU out in Grand Junction. I do think that the federal lab infrastructure, which is largely located on the Front Range, you've got 13 federal labs, basically all within 50 miles of each other, where a lot of major decisions are made around resource allocation for some of what you just described. I think there's some benefit and would be some benefit to pulling together that group, and there already exists kind of a vehicle for pulling that group together with perhaps yourself and some others who are doing this work on the Western Slope to just explore what synergies and partnerships there might be that we could potentially build out. Because I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, and we just got to be intentional about actually developing them. So we'll follow up.
Great. Well, thank you, Congressman. We really appreciate you taking some time today to be with us.
Of course. Thank you all so much, and take care and let us know. As I said, we'll make sure that Julie's cell phone gets circulated. So you feel free to call her and anytime, and she will, ring me immediately if there's any needs that you guys have. So thanks so much for having me, and take care.
So Next up is certainly not a stranger to Club 20. Always one of the first ones to say, sign me up for the state pride, sign me up for this event, this one, this one. We are graciously able to have our Attorney General, Bill Weiser, here. So let's welcome him to the stage.
All right, I'm hoping, is this mic here working? This mic here working? Yes. It's great to be with you all. I wanted to talk about connection because we are living at a time with rising demonization and division. People talk about the rural-urban divide. I know that's something that is very much top of mind for everyone here. Our challenge in Colorado is to make sure that we walk the walk, that all of us need all of us. I had the chance this morning to be with Russ George, no stranger to many in this room. And Russ's spirit is one that I think a lot about. He would say, when dealing with water, which is a critical issue that binds us together, we need to ask two questions. What do you need? And what can you give up? Because we're living in a world where changes are happening faster than ever before. So if people say, I need things to say exactly as they are today, we're going to have to break the news to people that this world, with accelerating technological change, with economic changes, we're going to have to adapt in lots of ways. But if we adapt together, asking how we support one another, we're going to be fine. There was an article by Roger Cohen, fall of 2018, and it had the following question as its headline. Can Colorado save America? This was a New York Times article, and it was actually focused on the Western slope. The answer was yes, because here in Colorado, we think about one another. So I want to talk about a few of the ways that we are working together, and then mostly I want to hear from you, thoughts, questions, ideas. I want to start from a few weeks ago, and where is Sue Hansen? Who is here? So Sue hosted us in Montrose for an opioid conference that was an extraordinary gathering. Now, the team that put this together included Mindy Baumgartner from our office, who will share her contact information with everyone here. She's our World Outreach Specialist, and she lives right here in Grand Junction. She's both in Montrose. And she's helping us connect with communities around a range of issues, starting with this opioid crisis. I think everyone here knows the painful reality that no nation, none, have suffered from opioid overdose deaths like the United States of America. You ask what the #1 cause of death for young people is right now, it's fentanyl overdose deaths. If you ask about overdose deaths overall, most of which are opioids, increasingly from fentanyl, it was more than car crash deaths and gun violence deaths in both 2021 and 2022. So we've got to be all in on this. First, we went after a lot of these companies who are pushing out these pills. Today, we just announced Kroger settlement. We're up to $770 million coming back to Colorado. At this conference that Sue hosted, we brought together 19 regions from across our state, all of whom are working hard to address these challenges by better prevention, education, awareness, by more treatment strategies, by how do we help people stay in recovery, by how do we help keep people alive, having Narcan available to save someone's life, and how do we keep these drugs out of the hands of young people. We just announced and we're going to connect with them, getting the word out that young people don't let friends have access to these pills. These pills, whatever they say they are, Xanax, Adderall, it's all fentanyl. It is so cheap and so prevalent. We can talk to our federal representatives about how to do better detecting interdiction at the border, including installing technology to better screen for fentanyl. We've got to do the best we can to go after those trafficking it. We passed a law here, makes distribution of fentanyl resulting in death felony. Your DA here, Dan Stein, was instrumental in that. We've got a lot of work on many fronts. We've got to do it together. And what Sue and others at the conference can tell you, it was a model of collaboration here in Colorado. While I was there for that, I went up to Delta County. Where's my, right over there. What they're doing in their jails is a model for the whole state. medication-assisted treatment and services for every single inmate. So when they leave, they're getting a warm handoff to stay in treatment. When you leave jail, if you've gone through effectively detox, you are 100 times more likely to overdose than an average person because your body's been reset. You might go back to using before, it will kill you. Well, they're making sure everyone's getting treatment and stays in treatment, and that can lower the likelihood someone ends up back in jail. It is a smart public policy, and it's smart on public safety. We are facing public safety challenges right now, and I was talking to Wendy and his colleagues about how we've invested in what you might call pretrial assessment services. So in many counties right now, they're figuring out whether to let someone out before the trial. The judge hears from the prosecutor and defense lawyer, and there's no underlying analysis, which means there's a lot more room to make mistakes. Here in Grand Junction, in Delta County, they've got a pretrial assessment program where someone writes up through some real work, some analysis, this person is a real risk, we can't let them out. Or this person is a first-time offender with a job and a family, they're not a risk, we can let them out. And Boebert, who been a prosecutor here in Grand Junction, has now gone to be judge in Delta County, and Boebert is part of that important work. So we've got a lot we can learn from Delta County. Sticking with public safety for a minute, we've got a major challenge recruiting law enforcement. I was just in Grand County, we got some commissioners here. The Grand County Sheriff said their department is down 30% in terms of the authorized levels. That's not uncommon, it's a little high, but it's alarming. What does that mean? We've got to figure out how do we recruit more people and train them better so they can be effective law enforcement officers. There's a number of strategies now in place. One is effectively you go to a community college, your law enforcement training is free right now. And that is an opportunity to take advantage of. I know I've got people here from CMC. They've been a real leader in law enforcement training. We're also working on how do we build better law enforcement training using more active learning by doing, as well as making the curriculum ready for the 21st century. That's something that our Peace Officer Standards and Training Board is doing. When I think about connection, I have to talk about broadband. Because for all of us to be living in the 21st century, we all need access to broadband. And there are leaders in our state today who can't do a Zoom call from home. Well, I know Michael Murphy's taking over here at Club 20. Michael's been a passionate advocate and leader. We are facing a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The amount of money coming to Colorado, I think it's like 800 billion, right? No. I wish a billion we could do a hell of a lot. 800 million, we could still a lot. Here's what we got to make sure we do. We need all of you involved. You know where in your community you don't have broadband. You know which providers are reliable and which ones aren't. So we need to make sure we have reliable providers who are going to do what they say they're doing. I hired the first Assistant Attorney General for broadband in the nation to make sure that when providers step up, they contract to provide service, they do what they said they were going to do. We've got to make sure we get this right, and we can only do it together. I refer to water and the challenges we face on water. Let me spend a few minutes on that. This challenge is going to test us because the Colorado River is a precious resource. 7 states and Mexico are all looking to this river, and it has been used too aggressively by these lower basin states. In the actual compact, 7.5 million acre feet upper basin, 7.5 million acre feet lower basin. For the last several years, during this time of drought, you know how much they've been using? 10 million. So we now have what I'll say is a temporary measure where they're agreeing to cut back the lower basin states. But that is not a sustainable long-term plan. We're going to need to get to 2026 guidelines, and there's a lot of room for error. One room is for the lower basin states to be reasonable and realistic and can work together on plans that make sense and come up with strategies for the long term. Another question is, will the federal government be helpful, providing resources and support, or potentially a hindrance? I will tell you, I am not afraid to litigate to protect our rights here in Colorado. We've built up more of a water law firm in our office than we've ever had. And a lot of the other states, they rely on outside lawyers who aren't as good and will rack up legal.
But if we are litigating, these cases start at the US Supreme Court. And most water lawyers will tell you they're not exactly experts in water law at the US Supreme Court. So it is a dangerous game, but you can't be afraid of litigation. Otherwise, you're not in a good position to protect your state. So we need to stay nervous, we need to stay together. We need to make sure that we don't solve our water problems the wrong way, which is by taking water from some of our communities to meet the needs of others. Like the plans take water from the San Luis Valley and ship it to Douglas County, which one of my predecessors, Ken Sal's, ever said, what happened over his dead body. I said, well, and God. So we're gonna be honest, because it is hard work, it's important work, we have to do it the right way. And when we talk about connection and all of us needing all of us, I think about Ray and the work he's doing with Jolt and Sue and Just Transition. The changes that are going to be happening are changes that we need to make sure communities are at the table, are heard, are advocated for, and that we champion them to make sure that their future can be as bright as their past has been, even as the world may change. I believe we can do that in Colorado, and I'm committed to that. I've already told Ray I'm signed up for next year's conference in Montrose. Finally, I'm talking about consumer protection. It is a reality that too many businesses out there that try to make a quick buck by ripping off people and taking advantage of vulnerable people. We see it week after week in our office. We just took action against some parking services firm that was literally charging people for parking they didn't have. And the problem is, sometimes it's as if you've got to be your own lawyer to be treated fairly. Because if you don't complain and say, wait a minute, I didn't park there, you're just going to give in because they're going to threaten you with collections. And you're like, I can't do this. It shouldn't be that way. We are your advocate. Let us know when you see some type of fraud or unfair treatment at stopfraudcolorado.gov. I've been going all around our state to learn more about how the City Market Safeway merger would have an impact. For example, in Gunnison would be 2 stores to 1 store, and people from Lake City are traveling to Gunnison. It's going to affect them too. They just announced today they're planning some type of divestiture stores, so we're going to analyze what that is exactly. Our commitment: we're going to fight for all Coloradans, make sure that no merger is anti-competitive. So that's a few of what we're doing. As I said, it's very important to me that we're doing together. Love to hear from you all, your thoughts, questions, and ideas. Thank you.
Question for the AG.
Eric? Anyone else? Okay, come back. Let's go down.
So, on the national front, we get a lot of media. And you've all heard that all states are border states. On a scale of 1 to 10, Colorado, no one's impact in a year. Where do you stand on the open borders? You know full well where the fentanyl is coming from, and how are you engaging with the other attorney generals to oppose what the administration is doing?
I want to be clear, the border problem with fentanyl is true for this administration and the last administration. In 2018, the Border Patrol got $6 billion to develop and install technology to screen fentanyl. You know how much that can be implemented? Basically nothing. If we can treat this like the crisis that it is, we will develop and we will implement that technology. The Heritage Society, or Heritage Foundation, said 90+% of fentanyl is coming over in cars because it's so potent. People are hiding it. If we're only screening 1 out of every 10, 1 out of every 100 cars, a lot of it's coming through. So we've got to develop the technology. I've written this administration, told them to do so. The challenge is going to be, will Congress focus on this, appropriate money, make sure that the government takes this as seriously as it should be. So the problem with the lawsuit question is you have to have a base, and the federal immigration law is really clear. it's an area where it's not on the state interest. It's a federal interest. So Congress can pass laws, they can oversee the executive branch. Executive branch has to administer those laws, but none of those laws could be a basis to sue. I know a lot of people feel like if something is bad, shouldn't we have a lawsuit to fix it? But you've got to have a basis in law to bring a lawsuit. I've looked at suggested lawsuits. None of them have gotten past the motion to dismiss. I don't think there's a lawsuit that will solve this. I think congressional action, and federal executive action can take action and needs to. The fact that we don't have this technology and this system implemented is absolutely part of the problem.
I guess a comment and then a question. One, I would like to commend you far more, noticeably more than any of your state elected officials coming out of Denver. You have made an honest and a very apparent attempt to come over here and be with us and hear us and bridge that room. Thank you very much for that.
You can ask me later.
Thank you for being here today. I wanted to have an opportunity to address the fentanyl comment. Some of the largest busts in the state of Colorado have been from pill pressing in Brandy, Colorado by a physician. One of the second largest busts in the state of Colorado for fentanyl has recently been in this county with over 200,000 pills and 75 pounds of methamphetamine. I-70 is part of it. We can't police it all. When are we going to start holding those? Pressing those pills more potent. In Texas, they have the last touch law. You have provided somebody with the drug and substance and they die from it, you're charged with murder to is having that last touch. But one of the other problems we have, even with DMS, is if my people pick up somebody having a drug issue, and one, by the time they get down from where we're located down to the hospital, that individual says, fine. Hospital one, we're a team for our mental health, components, and the hospitals and law enforcement to hold these people. This is my sheriff's department transports them, and they have a medical emergency, even though they're in this, a drug out scenario. My sheriff's department is like, when and how are we going to be able to put that burden back on the individual rather than on the institution?
I have a few questions there. Let me try to go through them. First, I just want to emphasize, we now have a law, and Dan Rubenstein and I worked on this when we thought it was the East County DA. If someone kills containing fentanyl and they die, the person who does that is responsible under our law. We also have funding in that law for investigations like the one you just talked about in Mesa County. I believe Dan Scott can access that funding and is set up resources to do that. Second, I think you made a point that I want to talk more about. Are there others involved in, call it like the word, supply chain, who have responsibility, who have knowledge, that are not in that law? To the extent there is, let's work on that. I'm a big believer in looking for intermediaries. To give you examples for a minute. One issue going on is organized crime, stealing from retail stores, porches, and selling it online. We passed the law that makes that anonymous selling illegal, so that Facebook Marketplace isn't selling goods that are so obviously stolen. They need to know the sellers is right. So let's talk further. Janet Drake is my criminal justice deputy. I'd love to have that conversation. Your final point is on mental health, and we face a range of challenges with our mental health system. One of the challenges is someone says they're okay. occasionally not. What can we do about it? The second challenge, which is closely adjacent, someone says they're not okay or whatever, but there's no place to put them for mental health purposes. They might just be sitting in jail on the street or who knows where. And so we have a lot of work to do around our mental health system to build more capacity. And that's something I am really concerned about. I do think our mental health right now in our society is in a worse situation than it's been in a long time. And that's starting with young people where the device that they're on will harm their mental health in many cases. We're investigating TikTok and Instagram for harming kids' mental health. And it includes others. So let's follow up on those. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Catherine Rayo and I work at Colorado Mountain College, and I was part of the committees that worked on the law enforcement education with the community college system to help provide feedback to posts regarding privilege changes. And I'm just curious as to the updates and when we can expect those. Mainly two pieces that I'm curious about. One, I understand that there will be not an increase in the required number of hours for post curriculum, and it's been conveyed that institutions of higher education and law enforcement agencies will not be permitted to go over. I'm wondering if that's still the case.
Both those things aren't true, by the way. Yeah, so we have not said what the hours is, and if you ask me to predict, I said this in an open meeting, just at the post-board meeting, we're going to be doing more in our law enforcement training because the goal is to train people not only on, let's call it the hard skills about arrest control or firearms, but the relational skills as well. Bystander training is something we're working hard on in service in the academy, helping law enforcement officers support one another. I think it's likely the number of hours we're going to require is going to go up because we will be more in the curriculum. Second, it's a board, so maybe I'll be outvoted, but my intention and the board has been blind. We don't ever want to tell agencies they can't go above what we're requiring. We have a minimum curricular requirements. Any training program of any kind that says, hey, there's other things we want to do because we have community needs or regional needs, go for it.
Those are excellent updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, I can give mine too.
Hi, Phil. My name is Jeff Moore. I live in Lake City, and I'd like to tag along with the buddy Michael. I don't know how this is, but we were listening to Congressman Joe talk about answered a couple times previous and relaying out some of these districts. I recently saw maybe a few months ago a video on YouTube where a gentleman used artificial intelligence, wrote an algorithm that guaranteed one party or the other, be elected, and showed the differences in the district and very soft. Is there any legal basis for controlling the use of artificial intelligence that may involve this ingenuous result or even crime?
So for those of you who are not scared about artificial intelligence, you're probably not paying attention because I am terrified. And Beth and I shared that just to give people a few examples. Quantum computing means our computing power is greater than it ever imagined has been. We already have more computing power in our smartphones than existed on the Apollo 13 one on this example, and there are other ones. So all this computing power, these algorithms, and ability to this for generative artificial intelligence, it's actually processing and advancing knowledge in ways we don't have access to. It's smart. And then mobile wireless broadband means it's everywhere. And so it can do a lot that can be harmful. So we have to get ahead of this. I filed comments with the federal government, other state attorneys general. We've got to create some guardrails for artificial intelligence. One of the areas Jeff mentioned, and it's a crucial one, is in our political system and misinformation and disinformation, can we track down people who might make a video that looks and sounds exactly like me, but isn't? And this could be an issue in the Campaign Act. So yes, we have to be thinking about this. I'll give you another example. In the consumer fraud area, it can pretend it's your son's voice saying, "Mom, I need help. Send money now. Help." And these scammers will prey on your fears. And I know really smart, talented people who have gotten thousands of dollars in cash and put them in a FedEx envelope, or send hundreds of dollars in gift cards and drop them off because they're scared. And they're scared using pre-artificial intelligence. This technology is going to be really hard for them. So, yes, I am really scared, and there's a lot we can think about doing. Let me tell you what's one of the hard elements is that our nation, particularly at the federal level, and we're a lot better in Colorado, is really divided in ways that we're not listening to one another. You can't tune out the noise. There's some things we're not going to agree on. Hey, what are things you can't agree on? Can't we just work on those? Let me give you an example. For 10 years, Congress has failed to pass a privacy bill of rights. I know because I worked on it a decade ago at the federal level. We passed one in Colorado 3 years ago. It passed unanimously in the United States Senate. And we gave everyone a chance to be heard and work through issues. Our office has issued regulation. We now have a privacy law in Colorado. Your information is protected. People can't collect it and use it in ways you wouldn't want. You can stop that. But we can't pass that at the federal level. So I'm doubly terrified. I'm terrified by how scary artificial intelligence is. And I'm terrified that our federal government, which is really the place to deal with this, will not be capable of it, even though it's in all of our interests to do something.
Right now, your voice can be duplicated very easily. You know, your voice can be duplicated on the video.
Yeah, you guys will be here next year, and you're gonna be asking, is that really Joe Neguse or is that artificial intelligence? And it would be a good question, because it's gonna be hard to know.
Thank you so much, Attorney General for Weiser. Let's give him one more round of applause. So a few weeks ago, Club 20 had a very unique opportunity, and specifically our incoming board chair, Michael Murphy, had the unique opportunity to spend some one-on-one time with one of our very friendly representatives here on the Western Slope. I would like to invite our incoming board chair, Michael Murphy, up to the stage to discuss that and then to introduce our next speaker who we are grateful to have here.
Thank you, Brett. A couple of weeks ago, we reached out to Congresswoman Boebert's office to address a couple of issues that have extreme effect on a little bitty tiny town that's been brought up a ton today. Park Vickers, but like I said, we reached out. Congresswoman Boebert was there within a week. We talked about narrow banding that had a dramatic effect on our EMS, our sheriff's departments, our deputies when they're up in the high mountain country because some of the evidence that have been set forth. She's been a tremendous help in doing that, but most of all, I'd love to say that she put boots on the ground for every acre in Hinsdale County, but I need to say she put hills on the ground with every acre and square mile of Hinsdale County. She always shows up for everything Club 20 asks. She's always here. Her representatives are here at every single meeting that we hold. He's got a whole list of accomplishments, but I'm going to leave that. I want to bring it on the local and federal level. Congresswoman Boebert.
Before I get started, I just wanted to introduce you to the newest Boebert. This is Josiah, my grandson. I stole him before I got here today, so he gets to stay the night with me, and I wanted you all to say hello. Back to me. Thank you. It is wonderful to be back with you all, and thank you so much, Michael, for that wonderful introduction. It was wonderful to be on an aerial tour with you over Hinsdale and Mineral County. We started in Archuleta, and you know, it's both beautiful and devastating to see. We see the wilderness areas that have restricted forest management. We see the timber that has been harmed by the bark beetles, just all of that beetle kill that's in the forest that we aren't able to go in and harvest. And so there was a lot of conversations, not only about communications in the area, but how best to manage our forests. Because each and every one of us in this land, we want to be good stewards of our land. And that doesn't mean it's a hands-off approach. Means we have to be active and actually managing the lands that we are so blessed to live amongst. And you know, we have some great minds, especially in this room and within Club 20, all the groups that partner with Club 20. And there are many ways that we can get together and provide solutions for our forests. We don't have 6 billion standing dead trees in the West, all waiting to ignite a catastrophic wildfire. We can be proactive in these wildfires that none of us want, but all of us want to reduce and take care of not only our land, but our watersheds as well. If we have healthy forests, we also have healthy watersheds. And I'm sure it's been said throughout today that water is one of our top issues here in Colorado and throughout the West. I visited Michigan briefly yesterday, and they don't have quite the water problem that we do. But, you know, they do have China-owned companies coming in to buy their land, and a state that is subsidizing these companies to do so. And so there still are attacks on our land and water throughout the United States that we need to be aware of and proactive so we can be better stewards. Throughout this August recess, it's been a very aggressive travel schedule all throughout the district. I have spent most of this year on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. It's been a very heavy legislative schedule. I've spent more than 20 weeks in Washington, D.C. by the time our August recess had started. And so I was making up that time rather than just getting a spot here or there on a 3-day weekend. We have spent many weeks on the road traveling to all 27 counties in the district, and many of them more than once, more than 3 times. I think I've been to Montrose 7 times for events, and connecting with people, hearing what's going on here in Colorado's 3rd district, and how my office can best assist in that. Many of the pieces of legislation that I introduced in the last Congress have come back around this year, gaining more momentum as majorities have changed. And because I have been to so many meetings, because of your input with the Club 20 meetings, we have some other legislation that has made progress throughout committees. I have worked closely with Senator Hickenlooper and local stakeholders and numerous people in this very room on my Colorado River Fish Recovery Bill. And this is something that I'm very excited about. These programs, they are reauthorized by my bill to provide Endangered Species Act compliance to ensure 2,500 water projects, including 1,200 water projects in Colorado, continue to function by providing legal certainty for water users throughout Colorado. This also extends into New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. And specifically, this bipartisan bill, it provides a clean 7-year reauthorization for the Upper Colorado and San Juan recovery programs that protect 4 threatened, endangered, and species fish. This is something that is extending conservation programs at current funding levels for 7 fiscal years. So this is something that actually provides the funding to help these fish to recover them. And because of the success of these programs, the humpback chub and the razorback sucker, they have been downlisted from endangered to threat. So this is something that helps all of us water users here in the district. We've had hearings on this bill in the Natural Resources Committee. We even had Steve Wolf from Southwest Colorado provide some excellent testimony right there in the committee. And this bill will be receiving a hearing in the Senate shortly. So I'm excited for the upcoming markup on this and ultimately see this bill passed and signed into law. There's also a water storage bill that I've worked with many of you on, and this is recently passed out of the Natural Resources Committee. So just like homeowners can pay off their mortgages that they owe early, if they want by bill, allows water users to use a similar authority to repay or pay off the water storage and delivery costs that they owe to the federal government. And this would generate over $340 million to the federal government. It gets rid of just all of the obligations that exist, the federal strings that are attached, the onerous paperwork, and just all the limitations on how much acreage a farmer can even plant. So when this authority was authorized in 2016 to 2020, 86 contractors prepaid what they owed the federal government. And that was over $344 million. And so this is a great way to generate revenue for water storage projects, something that we all know that we need much more of. But this is a fantastic bill that I've been happy to work with many of you on that's gaining tremendous momentum. And I've also worked with Senators Bennet and Hickenlooper to reintroduce our Dolores River bill. Now, this is something that's been in the works for about 2 decades. And so I'm very excited that nearly 2 decades later, the proposed National Conservation Area and Special Management Area would span 3 counties, Dolores, San Miguel, and Montezuma, covering almost 70,000 acres in the San Juan National Forest and the Dolores River corridor. But it also protects private property and prevents the seizure of water by the federal government while preventing the wild and scenic designations. Because again, we don't need a hands-off approach to manage what has been given to us and what we are stewards over. But this bill allows for traditional uses in this area to continue, including motorized use, grazing, and even mining. So this is something that I'm very proud of, that we were able to put together on a bicameral basis and have both parties agree that we can have common sense when it comes to another great water bill. As far as forestry goes, last Congress, I came here multiple times and discussed with you the forestry bill that I had introduced. It is the most comprehensive forestry legislation that has been introduced in over a decade. This year, it has not yet been reintroduced because you and I are still working. We are still working to make this bill even better. We are getting closer and closer by the day. I just had my team out on a tour with some foresters, and we are still finding ways to better manage our forests. I was also able to secure $48 million in legislation that was signed into law for the U.S. Forest Service to actively manage our forests. Now, this is something that I fought hard for in the appropriations process. And had I not thought to get to this $48 million funding in the appropriations bill, we wouldn't be seeing that here in the West to manage our forests. So it's just one of the many things that I'm proud of that we were able to bring back home. And just as an aside, if you were to go to my official Twitter page at Boebert, you'll see right there, I've created a slide, a little meme that says exactly how many dollars we have brought back to the district. And it's something that I'm very proud of. We've been able to secure over $300 million in the district since I've been in office, whether that's money that citizens are owed Now we even have pending projects on there that are moving through the appropriations process through the congressionally directed spending. Now, the congressionally directed spending, that was something I struggled with last year because there was a lot of corruption we saw in that process. I had many commissioners even in here call me and say, you know, when are we going to actually take advantage of this? And I explained just how corrupt this process was. But early this year, I took a stand to reform a lot of that process. I still don't believe that it's completely perfect, but it's kept a lot better. It's now community driven, and it's for actual infrastructure and water projects. And that's exactly what I have submitted these congressionally directed spending projects for. And one of my favorite projects that we were able to get $5 million in funding for is in Rangeley, Colorado. The Wolf Creek Reservoir, that many of you have been a part of for, gosh, probably more than 10 years. So this is something that permitting has been approved, and now we actually have funding to get this water storage in Rio Blanco County. And I'm so dang excited for it because that water that we will store in Rangeley, the Wolf Creek Reservoir, would have otherwise evaporated. Lake Mead or Lake House. Now we can store it at a higher cooling temperature, and it's something that we need to be doing on a regular basis, capturing more water than we're even entitled to. We certainly know that we over allocate, but if we are able to store more water than we are entitled to, then we can reduce the amount of drought that is in the West and help our neighboring states as well. I'm sure it pains you all as much as it does me to see states like California dumping hundreds of billions of gallons of water into the ocean, rather than having water storage projects. And so this is something that I'm very proud to have been a part of. And then you can't talk about Colorado's 3rd district without mentioning energy. I have noticed for quite some time that our communities have been regulated into poverty. It's not because we don't have energy to produce. It's not because we cannot produce it efficiently or responsibly, but it's because of policy, bad policy. And it's the government, both state and federal, that is choosing the winners and losers when it comes to energy production and subsidizing green energy rather than allowing the markets to decide. Serving on the Natural Resources Committee, this is something that comes up on a regular basis. And it's very frustrating when you hear stories from the other side of the aisle talking about folks who are disenfranchised because of energy policies, yet they fail to mention the 40,000 children who are mining for cobalt in the Congo and China-owned mines, so we can buy solar panels from China. We need to have mining back here in America. We need to produce fossil fuels here in America. Our natural gas industry doesn't have to go away in Colorado. It did not have to go away, and it certainly can come back. We have the reserves to produce good, clean, responsible, reliable energy. And if green energy, clean energy is really the focus, well, I have 2 solutions here. First of all, nuclear. That is something that we need to have further discussions on. We have got to start talking about that more and begin the process to actually produce that. But also, carbon emissions is something that comes up, and that takes us right back to forestry. It takes us right back to forest management, because one catastrophic wildfire emits more carbon emissions in a few short days than every vehicle running 24/7 for an entire year in the state of Colorado. So it's not something that electric vehicles are just going to eliminate. We have to work in concert in all of these areas, and no one produces cleaner energy, more reliable energy than the American government, the American mine. It's really sad to visit right in Colorado and see all the jobs that have been taken away, the jobs that are going away still, and how much of the world's cleanest coal that we could still be mining right here in Colorado's 3rd district. I've had 2 of my energy bills pass the House through HR1. We have a 90-day review act that passed, and that just is streamlining the federal litigation timeline and the legislation. It helps reduce the frivolous litigation and cuts red tape, and just helps that critical infrastructure for those projects move forward in a more timely manner. But also, we have my American Energy Act, and that bill will increase American energy production and help reduce gas prices at the pump. We would all like that. And since we're right next door to Clifton, Colorado, and we're here in Mesa County, I'm extremely proud of the Bay Act that we were able to get passed out of the Natural Resources Committee. We had your former Commissioner, Rose McCluskie, come to Washington, D.C. and testify on this legislation. We also have the director, the deputy director of the Bureau of Land Management come in and support this legislation. And what this is, this 31.1 acres was on the disposal list for the BLM. And Rose McCluskie found this when she was a commissioner, said, you know, we could really put this land to use for economic development here in Mesa County and in Clifton. And so she was very diligent in trying to just purchase this land from the BLM at a fair market value. But she was stopped just about every turn, and there were so many regulations and red tape in the way. And when I first got to Congress, Rose came to me with this. I talked to the BLM, I talked to the Bureau of Rec. They said, there's nothing Congress can do. Don't worry, we'll handle it. And I didn't really like that answer from a federal agency, from bureaucrats. So I dug in a little bit deeper, and now I'm proud to say that this legislation is accelerating that project, and we expect this to be signed into law and have that 31.1 acres purchased by Mesa County, and we will have some amazing economic development right in Clifton, Colorado. With the community development projects, a lot of those are impacting Mesa County right here. I had successfully submitted these funding projects for 10 important infrastructure and water projects for the 3rd district. And these all have passed the House Appropriations Committee, and they include $19.7 million that is coming back home. We have building important water infrastructure for the city of Craig. We have construction of the Wolf Creek Reservoir in Rangeley, construction of new water treatment plant in Gunnison to supply clean water. Gosh, I've been up to Gunnison a couple of times, and it's just so beautiful up there. I think I'll be back this next week. Am I going back tomorrow? Praise the Lord. But we also have funding for the Boebert County Water Storage Project, just to fortify the bank of Sheep Mountain Reservoir, and it's a very important augmentation facility there. And there's so much more. You can go to my website for all of these. I will make sure that there's time for Q&A. But I just want to say it's such an honor. We all know I'm in the fight, but to effectively legislate on your behalf is what I truly went to Congress to do. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to move and shake things to be heard, to be seen, to actually get the job done. And I learned very early on that nothing happens in Washington, D.C. without force. But we have proven time and time again that I will not give up on you, that I will not be silent when it comes to our lands, our water, our energy, lowering inflation, taking care of our local communities, making sure rural Colorado has a voice. People have frontier areas in Colorado's 3rd district, and making sure that you are recognized. And we are closing the gap of that rural urban divide. And we are bringing more of Colorado to DC and keeping more of DC out of Colorado's 3rd district. With that, I would love to open it up for Q&A.
We have about 10 minutes or so.
Congresswoman. My name's Jeff Boebert, out of Lake City. My background is technology. I was just wondering, I was thinking earlier today, it seems like, as you know, as any organization or any population grows, you become more and more compartmentalized and segmented, and it seems that, you know, we allocate big budgets for huge budget for information technology. And I know we talked earlier about water being because the evaporative losses have huge. Is there any body or organization overseeing, you know, how these things could be integrated and the overall reduced? For example, if we're putting in pipeline for water, that's the perfect venue for putting in fiber. And oh yeah, we could generate electricity from water flowing through that pipeline at the same time. There's a lot of possibilities that way, but it seems like we're so compartmentalized, there's no way to save all that money and costs.
So I mean, that's brilliant, and that's part of the problem with government, that everything is compartmentalized, and we normally don't see the most efficient route to actually accomplishing the goal. But yes, if you have the ditch dug, fill it up while you have it done the first time, rather than going in and doing something separately. But then just all the different regulations that are in place. I'm happy to help work on solutions whenever you see projects in your area to help streamline that and get them all in a more efficient setting. That would be absolutely brilliant. But unfortunately, that's what we see all too often. And almost every area of government, I think the counties do a little bit better because they actually work together and right there in it. You know, when it comes to especially the federal government, most of the folks are in concrete buildings in Washington, D.C. and don't understand what the actual process looks like. They only see it on paper and say that makes sense there and that's what they fund. But that's also why I was working so diligently with these congressionally directed fundings. With this funding, we can localize that funding and allocate those dollars specifically to a project rather than it just coming through as a grant to the state and then maybe you get a portion of it and then it gets divvied out to other pet projects. Unfortunately, I've seen that with funding that we've secured for Colorado's 3rd district. It goes to the state, it's directed by the state, and then we don't get every dollar that is actually sent to us for the project. So that was one of the big reasons I wanted to fight for the congressionally directed spending. I said all throughout my first term that the earmark process was corrupt. It should be how members of Congress fund projects in their district because we understand better than bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. what is needed in our local communities. However, when I see $200 million going to luxury golf courses, you know, it just proves that the system was broken. But I'm very proud that some of that has been fixed. And any projects that you see coming your way that you think we can have something else parallel with that, please reach out to my office and let me know and we can see how we can put that out.
Representative, thank you for being here. Appreciate you bringing your families with that generation who spend our time with Club 20. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Senator Hickenlooper earlier. And it's a topic that's both passionate for me and also Captain Fackler back here. That's federal permitting process. Our permitting process is broken. You were in Craig. You heard the presentation how it's going to take 20 years to permit a transmission line from Wyoming to Utah. What can be done to prevent the federal government and these bureaucracies from weaponizing this permitting to get these things done? So we actually have some innovation to get these things done instead of in a decade or 2 decades like we saw. Get it done in 5 or 6 years and still do it.
That is the #1 problem in the federal government is overregulation. It's one of the things that frustrated me and encouraged me to run for office because too often the people that we send to represent us to be responsible over our tax dollars they were overspending, overtaxing, overregulating, and it's destroying everything that we're working so hard to create or preventing the benefits that we're trying to build and create in our local communities. But ultimately, sure, Congress has a check, there's somewhat of a check and a little bit of a balance there, but we have to have the right person in the executive. President Trump got rid of many regulations. He said for every one new regulation he would get rid of 2. I think it averaged closer to 7 or 10 regulations that he did away with per one regulation. But also the bureaucrats are there. You're correct. It has been weaponized, and it is a way to promote one certain agenda. Even if the policy is in place, the regulations prevent the laws that were passed and for that to actually be accomplished. So one thing that I've done to put the bureaucrats in check, because we haven't term limited them yet, maybe that's a thought. Talk about term limits for Congress, which I'm in favor of, but a bureaucrat's very happy to wait out a majority if they're disliking. So maybe that should be something, a lifetime position, a tenured position. But one thing that I did was bring back the Coleman rule, and that targets a bureaucrat salary. So if there is a bureaucrat who is abusing the separation of powers, or there is a position that should not even be a part of the federal government, hindering growth and development in our country, well, then we can target their salary individually. We have the power of the purse, and that is the strongest power that Congress has. But ultimately, we do need the House, Senate, and the administration, the executive branch, all working together so we can deregulate. That is a hindrance that we see in every area, and it's a huge struggle. I mean, even you just went adding on in addition to your home, the regulations that are involved. I promise you that's one of my biggest gripes with the federal government, and you're correct, it has been weaponized. And as long as we continue to bring awareness of how difficult it is to actually accomplish the completion of these projects, especially when you're being forced into migrating from one source of energy to the other, and then you have to have the transmission lines, but then it's just another tedious process to get to it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. We're shutting down the coal-fired energy plant there in Craig, and you don't have the transmission lines to even connect to the grid. So it's very frustrating to have a timeline that this has to be shut down. We have to have new solar panels, but we don't have a way to actually get that power to the grid. Government work.
All right, so we have time for just one more question, if that's all right with you. Perfect.
Hello, Congresswoman, Drew Kramer with Tri-State. I think I mentioned briefly when I first came into the station, and we appreciate your ongoing interest. I just want to, this isn't a question, I just want to give you one positive anecdote about congressionally directed spending, because I worked in Congress years and years ago and saw, sort of the pork penalty, it's all-time high. But we applied for and got congressionally directed spending, $200,000 to do a feasibility study on how we could repurpose that facility in Bennet station. And that applied like a year ago. And we're going through the process right now to actually release the funding. So we're going back and forth with DOE staff, submitting some paperwork. In our limited experience with this, it's actually been a pretty good process. It hasn't been really bureaucratic. I'd say it's rigorous enough. We have to answer enough questions, file enough paperwork, and truly justify what we're doing. So it's not corrupt or fraudulent. But the DOE staff, I have to say, surprisingly, customer services, they've been responsive, they've been flexible, they've been good to work with, in terms of just when we file stuff and answering questions. So we're having a very good experience so far, knock on wood, with the spending.
Yes, I'm aware that you received that funding in the last Congress, and I'm glad that you did, because I want to see it accelerated purpose. And certainly there were some good things that had come out of it, but just overall, there was a lot of waste fraud and abuse that we've seen with taxpayer money. So we're just really happy to see that. Just tighten down some, still would like more reforms, but I'm very, very pleased.
That's one anecdote.
Yes, sir.
As a taxpayer,
of course.
keeping an eye on it.
Yes. And then also, the difference that any of you who are involved in, the congressionally directed spending requests, that are submitted to my office, we'll have more next year. We'll be receiving your requests next year. And so be sure to reach out to, one of my regional offices, either in Grand Junction, Durango, or Pueblo, to get those submitted. And in the House, we are, allowed 15 requests. So I submitted 15 requests. We have 27 counties that we represent, so try to spread those out as far and wide as possible. But 10 of those were approved. So I mean, there's still some counties that weren't able to receive their requests. They weren't able to get those requests fulfilled. But our senators are unlimited in the amount of congressionally directed spending that they can request. And sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. We saw one senator last Congress get $700 million in earmarks. Sometimes there's ways to broaden use in that too. But if there's a request that doesn't get fulfilled in my office with something that doesn't exactly take precedence over some of the other projects that we have, I'm happy to work with the senators on your behalf to get those submitted and give you another shot at getting in the projects. But thank you all so much. It is an honor to represent you. I have 2 of my sons and my grandbaby that I'm going to go love on, and I will see you all on the stage ride. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Congresswoman Boebert. You know, we can't tell you how much it truly means to us that the first invitation we sent was accepted immediately, and we said, yes, we'll be there in person. At every meeting, we always have a representative from your office, no matter what. You guys make the time for us, and that means the world to us over here on the Western Slope. So thank you. Let's give her one more round of applause. So now we are going to move into some of our closing remarks here and kind of a look at what's next for Club 20. I want to do something that's maybe a little different and maybe a little bit out of some of our comfort zones here at Club 20 and just see what might come out of it and do kind of a breakout session of sorts, just real quick. So we're going to do a little bit of an exercise to kind of reflect and dissect what we heard today. There was a lot of information, a lot of reflecting on Club 20's history and where we might be going in the future. So I'm going to ask that you get into groups of 5 or 6, and maybe you turn around with the table behind you or something like that. But we're going to pass out some prompts about, you know, how has Club 20 been present in your community? What are you taking away from this meeting, bringing back to your community? Some of these discussions. So we're going to set a timer for about 5 minutes or so to discuss that. And then after those discussions, select one representative to kind of give a brief 20-second overview of what you guys discussed. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes. Kind of. Okay, well, get in your groups, and then we will pass out the prompts for your discussion. Yeah. I open that up for you? Take a couple more minutes. Minutes, start this conversation. Or just go to different groups and we'll try to just scatter it out. Yeah, we'll go, the three of us, just taking turns.
On the side.
Yeah.
Okay. You want the middle and I'll take the outside?
Yeah, okay.
And then are you gonna do another like ending?
Yeah.
You're going to end on a high note. Sense.
I have notes to say, you just like try this.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to? What's next?
Yeah.
Just wait until we hear what comes out of the middle. It's different.
They're like sitting in the middle, so I'll just stay with you.
Get started with the recording. You have a couple of us walking around, so remember, quick 20-minute brief summary of it. Oh, 40 seconds, not minutes. We don't have that much time, everyone. 20 seconds, and Brad, does your group have a microphone already? All right, we're starting with that group in the middle, and please read out your performance and what you guys talk about.
All right, thank you. So this is the, probably this right here in this group. Our question from me is how can we help close the urban rural divide? So we came and narrowed it down to three opportunities, three options, if you will. First of all, more outreach, education, and visibility. Number two, we take a more proactive role with Pro 15, Action 22, and Club 20, or more of a merger. So between those three organizations, we represent about 57 counties. So we ought to be able to capitalize on that. Also maintaining our own identity as well. And then the third one, more bridge building events. So that's our answers. Thank you.
Okay, Brad, is your group ready now?
I believe my group's probably ready and we want to make it work. So,
Perfect.
Betsy, are you gonna be the person? Just seems natural. So.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks for being, our group talked about having timely and relevant agendas, published early and having information that we can share with people in our communities to invite them to attend all of our meetings and things moving forward. Can you read your comments? Oh, please. How can Club 20 be more present and more supportive in your community? Great, thank you. And Ms. Cindy? What is the biggest issue your community is seeing right now? Pretty much agreement over affordable housing. We questioned what affordable was, about AMI issues and missing middle, people that are real wealthy or people that fall into the lower ranges might have an option, but it's those in the middle. We discussed why housing costs are increasing, construction costs are increasing, overregulation, a lot due to new building codes and liability, and we did not have a solution. That's so weird. This up, right?
Right. Our question is how we both continue to elevate the voices of the Western Slope. So I'm 26, so the speakers will probably been. Grew up in Colorado since 1999. Hickenlooper,
just, yeah, getting more outreach to the community. It's myself, it's tough to get people out involved, but yeah, like basically they're offering materials, agendas, open meetings, people who aren't used to come to see what it's all about. Hopefully.
That's Mr. Ray, that's our membership chair. And in the back of there.
Well, first of all, I just want you to know there's great relief when you didn't ask us to hug each other. So,
could have done the human nod with everybody in this room.
our question was, how has Club 20 supported your community on an issue? Is there something we can have done differently? And I think consensus was that we could, that there's likely legislation that we have supported that touched communities, but we weren't aware that it necessarily was Club 20 implemented or supported. And so there's not enough recognition that Club 20 may be doing work in our communities, but that things are happening. And additionally, that Club 20 could have more presence in each of our communities, coffees once a month, bi-monthly, just so that we start gaining recognition and start gaining more membership.
Right. My name is Kathleen Curry, and our group discussed this question. What is one issue you wish Club 20 was more present? And the answer that the one word we came up with was more visibility. And that morphed into a discussion about a presence on the Capitol building. And we talked a little bit about research limitations and how there's a desire to have an in-person presence of building and be engaged in the legislative process directly, but that is that costs money, and the staff has been doing a really fine job in predecessor of staying engaged to the level as possible. I brought up the challenge of facing the 5-hour drive from Grand Junction either way, both ways rather, to talk for a whole 3 minutes and then turn back 5 minutes. Corridor. So to be there in person is tricky, but we talked about how important it is to have this direct engagement with the Capitol. I would offer, we didn't really get to finish because we ran out of time on this one thing, but it is very effective, in my opinion, to have people at least testify remotely in committee, and you can do that without making the darn drive and in 10 hours to basically weigh in for just a couple of minutes. So there are ways to
Go ahead, Drew.
Sue, I was in a group with 3 pretty girls, so I would have been okay with hugging, but we didn't know where to do. So our problem was, what is one key takeaway from today's meeting? Which you think would take a long time to come up with a consensus, but we all kind of immediately went to common themes ran through the day, accidentally, because they were all different speakers and they didn't coordinate coming in. But there were comments all day about civil discourse, bridging political divides. Phil's up, I can't remember the exact word Phil used, it was open. First thing he said was, I talk about connection, overcoming, how divided we are as a country. That was Phil's first comment. Congresswoman Boebert, it's the first time I've heard her speak since she didn't reelected. She was much more statesmanlike and bipartisan than she ever was before. I think John Swartout this morning talked about civil discourse. So theme running through the day about overcoming divides and working together. So that was our nice one to have.
Thank you, Jared. And in the back, Ms. Kathy Backward.
our approach was, what do you believe is next Club 20? And the first topic that came up was Club 20 membership should first find with the population of the West Slope, with age, national origin, socioeconomic, so that we can have more reflective membership. And
The Union Pacific Railroad is hiring interns. We found that out during this thing, and it says the mentorship is the game changer. So we really like that. And the second option was, for the second discussion, was policy discussions. We should have a greater voice. And we brought up alliances with the other two rural organizations again, as Ray's group did. And also a lobbyist for the Club 20, and we did talk about fundraising and membership, and Ray's been involved in all of that. And last, I would say, I think that we should focus on bipartisan permit reform. Wendell, you and I, we will share that committee.
Is there any group that didn't have a chance to go yet? Oh. So it looks green.
There we go. Yeah, our prompt is there an issue that your community faced in the past that Club 20 wasn't able to support in its capacity? And being from Northwest Colorado, you know, we're going to go through that transition, losing coal generation, coal mining. And I hate to say this, but I did not feel that supported by Club 20 in this situation, so much so that the 3 northern counties formed their own organization to advocate for themselves. And amongst the group, we were talking about Club 20 goes after a lot of issues at once, almost a scattergun approach. And I would think we would do better if we picked 2 to 3 core issues and drill down on them. And one of those issues that we are all very supportive of is our water. And when I had the opportunity to speak with Senator Hickenlooper when he was at Steamboat, I suggested to him that we form an organization of county commissioners from the headwaters downstream to apply political pressure to protect the headwaters in these forests. You know, when I think of our counties, Merritt, I absolutely think it's yours. And what we need is the money to do this restoration work in these fire sheds and watersheds. And when I saw the list of where the National Forest Service plans to spend their money in the 10 years coming, we're not even on the list. And the only way I see us doing that is getting these downstream users to put political pressure on their legislators, our legislators, saying, if they don't have one, we don't.
So thank you everybody for entertaining this activity, and what I was hoping to get out of it, I certainly did get out of it. So there were, even though everybody had a different question, there were certainly some common themes that we saw throughout. We see this in any of our meetings and any of our conversations that we have. It's that together our voices are stronger. That's how we can elevate and become a stronger coalition. That's how we can get things done. Coming together, like the commissioners were saying, to form a group to focus on these issues. Coming together and working with Action 22 and Pro 15, because together we do represent Colorado's 59, well, Colorado's 59 and Colorado's 64 counties, which are rural by nature. And that is something that a lot of people don't think of. It doesn't get brought up enough, but we're here, we're taking a stand. And I just ask that if you are a Club 20 member, or if you're not a Club 20 member and you're just here for the first time, first of all, shameless plug, go see Mr. Ray Bennet. But we hope that you walk away from this conversation thinking about how we can elevate our voices when we come together. That's the whole point of Club 20. That's why we started, was to get our voices heard, to bridge those gaps, to work on these issues at every level, to make sure that every member is represented. And that's just what I ask for the next 70 years, because this first 70 years, we have worked to be a convener of individuals and businesses and corporate members, counties, city officials, anything you can think of, everyone is welcome here. And for the next 70 years, it's going to be pertinent and extremely important to help elevate those voices together. Am I wrong in saying that we should not elevate our voices and be louder and stronger together? I think we can all agree that together we are stronger. It's not just me in the office working on these issues. It's me reaching out to the different counties. It's you reaching out to me and making sure that I'm informed on the issues in your communities. Together we work so that we can get things done at every level. So this is me reaching out my hand to all of you to please collaborate with me. Let's figure out how we can make our voice even stronger than it has been for the last 70 years and push that into the next decades to come. So with that, I want to just thank you for entertaining me with this project and this little journey that we've gone through today to celebrate Club 20 through the ages. I do just want to thank our sponsors one more time, so just give them a huge round of applause. And I want to thank all of you for being here and being a part of these conversations as well. That's what's most important in having a voice at the table. Couple of last minute announcements before we all head to the state ride. The state ride is this evening at 6 p.m. out in Loma at the Absolute Prestige Ranch. There will be a shuttle that will pick up folks at 5:15 at the front of the hotel here, and then they will bring you back leaving at 9:30. So don't miss it. There's only one shuttle there, one shuttle back. Otherwise, you're in the trunk with all of the Club 20 gear, and you might come back with broke back. So, with that, I again just want to thank you all, and please remember to sign up for your county caucuses. Invite some members in your community to just figure out what we're all about. Like we said, a lot of people in these communities don't know what Club 20 is. We have a perfect example in the room, and I'm sure there's more than one. So please bring them to the table so that we can start having these conversations. And with that, thank you all for being here, and I hope to see you this evening to enjoy some lovely steaks.
Yes, the school support flyer guy left an extra one. So if anybody doesn't I was so I'm working right now. It's good. There's a bunch of young people. I'm tired of that. This seems like a perfect. Past chair.
Okay, let's see.
You are welcome to drive to the venue yourself, but it is 30 minutes out of town, so we wanted to make sure that you did have a ride if you did not want to drive all the way out there. There is also an extra state ride ticket if anybody wants. All right. What?
Other directions.
That's quite a name.
All right, well, I wasn't, it's like, I know, but.
Limo, oh, but not those. 5:15 so the shuttle.
Yes.
Need help with anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.